As said,
we're going to have 45 minutes, so we're at 11:05. Is there a timer on the screen or not?
There isn't, but I'll stand at the back.
There's not one at the front here.
And you're just doing audience questions. And do they need mics? Are you picking up the audio?
We walk around with a mic and we had it to you.
You know, you said you doing like discussion first and then conversation.
Yeah.
How comfortable are you with taking, if there are questions from the floor, just make it as interactive as possible from the get-go?
I'm happy if that's what you want to do and that's what Mary wants to do. Yeah, it's not my, so we facilitate the stage. And we
I was asking if there was any reason why.
Our side, no. It's fine.
Clara's side, yeah, you're not so sure?
Oh, I don't mind, but I think Mary, what Mary wants,
So I'll introduce you. I'll introduce it.
1 second.
No, good. No.
Good morning. Thank you so much for all joining us today. Our first session of the day is about fashioning the policy agenda, and the moderator is going to be Mary Fellows. Please join me in giving them a massive round of applause as we welcome our wonderful panel onto the stage.
okay.
Hello, Mary.
Hello. Okay. Right, well, thank you very much, Teresa, and thank you, everybody at the Extreme Hangout, for letting us take the stage today to discuss a topic that may sound quite niche and quite dry, but actually is one of the most important factors in driving down the emissions of a $2.5 trillion sector that is on track to double its emissions as opposed to bring them down by 2030. There are many roles to play in driving down this gross amount of pollution to people and planet and devastation, but policy and legislation is one of them, and youth agendas are one of the things that are going to help drive that change. So could you all introduce yourselves and let us know not only who you are, what you do, but what was your call to action to drive purpose and impact and make the world a better place, and why you're here at COP? Daniel, I'll start with yourself.
Well, thank you very much for having me, Mary. So I'm Special Advisor to the United Nations on Sustainable Finance, but I'm not taking this gig in an official capacity. I'm actually here as chair of Resilient Cities Network, which is a network of 100 mayors, 100 cities all over the world in 40 countries, each of whom is highly committed to the resilience agenda. And I accepted the invitation because I think urban solutions to this particular problem are very important. Maybe we'll get a chance to get onto that. You asked me my personal call to action. I benefited from charity when I was very young through my education. My origins are relatively humble. First person in my family ever to finish high school and go to university. That made a big difference for me. And I love learning and I love teaching, and I'm very, very keen to give back. What I particularly like about the Sustainable Development Goals is goal number 17, which is partnership for the goals. And COP for me is about partnership. It's about bringing people together. It's about convening, not just those nation states that are signatories to what is a very important treaty that's being hammered out every year, but the wider community. And that's why I'm grateful to you and to Extreme Hangout for creating a space which brings in everybody to the conversation.
Brilliant. And one last thing I'm going to ask all of you to touch on is where we are today. What gives you hope for a better future?
Speaking from the heart right now, what comes to mind is this. The energy here.
Amen.
I can't solve this, but we are the solution, and the youth is the solution. And seeing the people here that are energized in this conversation, that gives me hope.
That's wonderful. I feel slightly emotional. Julia, tell us.
Yeah, hi Mary. Thank you so much, Extreme, for having us here today. So I'm Julia. I'm here with One Young World this week, and we do a lot of work on climate advocacy at the local, national, and international level. And I usually try and thread in a little bit of a textiles perspective in those conversations, because that's where my background's in, having spent the past 5 years in the fashion industry, first for a French luxury brand, and now working for an NGO. So with Mary, we love having these little conversations on policy and what can we do and how can we move things forward. What put me in this space and wanting to be making a difference? I mean, there are lots of reasons, but one is my mum's Indian, and I remember being in school around the age of 13, 14, and having a Skype call with my cousins. We don't really do Skypes anymore now, but Skype back then. And my cousins couldn't go to school because of the pollution peaks in Delhi. And over the years, those calls with my cousins that have now shifted to Zoom calls and Teams calls and WhatsApp calls have gotten more and more frequent as to why they can't go to school. Sometimes it's because of extreme weather conditions. Sometimes it's because the pollution peaks have just gone more and more frequent. And I'm quite fortunate because I was never at that end of the phone call conversation telling them I can't go to school either. And I feel very, very blessed and privileged to be in that position.
Okay.
So I just felt, I also need to do a little bit my piece of the puzzle there.
Interesting, both of you, these are personal things coming from a long time ago. And Julia, one last thing, what gives you hope at the moment?
What gives me hope is all the kids I've spoken to at COP this week. There are so many here. We had the youth choir at Extreme a few nights back, which is absolutely lovely, and seeing their level of engagement on the topic, the progress from an educational perspective that's been made there as well. I just feel like there are so many buzzing ideas coming, and from all generations, and that cross-generational dialogue, I think, is really important to move things forward.
Thank you very much. Clara, last but not least, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Extreme Hangout, for this amazing stage. I think it's one of the, I told the team, one of the most interesting ones, if not the best for me. So it's a privilege to be here. I'm Clara. I'm from Spain, and I'm a climate activist and nature and animals advocate. I'm a UN Climate Pact ambassador and Next Gen Assembly by GFA. And on those roles, basically, I try to advocate for solutions, climate change. I try to raise awareness through social media, and I try to have conversations on these privilege opportunities that sometimes they give us to, try to push for more action when we have the chance to talk with policymakers or with CEOs. Also, I'm a fashion model, so that's my relation with fashion. And I love also to work from the inside, because I'm not agree at all about how this industry works. So I'm always trying to bring the conversations to places where these conversations would not happen, as even studios, or when I meet the clients, when I'm working with them. So just trying to plant the seed on everyone's mind about my concerns and what drives me. That was the second question, what called myself to action. Basically, I've been very connected to nature and animals all my life, but I guess since I was a teenager and when I started to modeling, somehow I forget that kind of connection, because I was just blinded by the lights somehow.
Yeah.
So by the awareness that I started to have and the research that I started to make about this industry, about climate change, I just started to be aware of all the destruction that is happening to what I care the most, or what I used to care the most, which is biodiversity, animals, nature, forests, and also to understand the social impacts of this industry. That just got me shocked when I understood the social and environmental consequences of the industry that I was part of. So I try to educate myself and educate others on this aspect, because I think it's very relevant, and otherwise fashion just stay on a superficial and cool level.
Yeah. It'll just carry on business as usual. Okay.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Thank you. Well, I think there's a context that we'd like to map out here, is that fashion has had this brilliant ability to have this kind of adjacent mentality for so long, right? It's always evaded scrutiny. It's quite often you talk to politicians and they're just like, oh God, apparel, textiles, fashion, you know. And so it's not only imperative to start really bringing it to the policy agenda, but I think the other thing I want to talk to all of you about is what's particularly interesting to me is that if we look at the last, say, 10 years in fashion, you've seen branding and marketing and product skew very hard towards your generation, towards youth. It's the aesthetic and the design, the aesthetic of their communications and the design of a lot of their products have really skewed towards a very typically millennial, Gen Y, Gen Z kind of taste. And yet, that means that its fashion is not inclusive because it's not targeting actually some of its core target addressable market, which is people, say, between 30 to 50 or 60 or 70 who have a lot more disposable income and who don't see themselves in the brand or in the product. But equally, what's doubly wrong about this is that it's like, do you know what? We will essentially go and mine youth culture for what we think will sell back to them, but what we won't do is also address their actual needs in the process. That, to me, is the big paradox of it. It's like, cool, we'll do like a luxury fur house from Rome that's been around for 300 years. Let's make sneakers. Let's just make sneakers, right? Like, that's what the kids want. But yet, we know what else they want. But that doesn't matter about the climate piece and making the future better for them. That's somebody else's problem, right? So with that in mind, Daniel, I'd love to hear your point of view about when you've got an industry like this that is behaving in a way that is so irresponsible, deliberately and partly out of ignorance or deliberate ignorance, what would you advise, having sat between both the private sector and the policy-making space?
That's such a big question.
It is.
Can I just start by making 2 points? One is there isn't one fashion industry. Right? I'm not a fashion expert, but you mentioned luxury brands, but also we have the fast fashion brands as well.
We do.
Right? And we need to, if we're looking for solutions, I think we need to segment the industry into its constituent parts because they're motivated in slightly different ways. The second thing I want to say is, while I agree with, I think, the hypothesis that underpins your framing, the fashion industry has been trying, and whether it's the UN Global Fashion Compact, there have been moves in the right direction, and I think I make those 2 points because if we're going to try and solve anything, one, we need to understand that segmentation and make sure that we're working with the different constituents of the industry in the right way. And two, we need to meet them where they are, and they are trying. How do we reach out and say, well done, and how do we pull it forward? So those are just general tactics for engagement. When I think about how you move, and and how you build change, I think you need to operate at different time horizons as well. I think there are some quick wins that we can deliver on, but I also think we need to be in it for the long run. And I know that's hard because we all want change now. And I sometimes get frustrated myself with sometimes decadal processes. You look at Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, and we've bitten off something and set ourselves targets, and we're at the halfway point, and there's still many more years to go. And that can seem very frustrating given the urgency. Equally, given the scale of the problem, we need to be working on that arc. And so when I put my UN hat on, not that I'm wearing it today, I think about the convening power of intergovernmental communities. We wouldn't be at COP were it not for UNFCCC, which convenes everybody, but also the convening power of philanthropy, the convening power of big business, the convening power of different governments, bring people together, and I think you mentioned advocacy. I often get a bit wearied by advocacy. You research and then you promote, because I've spent my career in the private sector and it's quarterly targets and I want action now. But I think we need to recognize we want both at the same time. So segment the audience that you're talking to, meet them where they are, and run parallel processes that are long-term and strategic, but also quicker wins. They're kind of they're some of my framings for how I would approach such a problem. Is it helpful?
Yeah, 100%. When in terms of whether it's quicker wins now or longer term, as you mentioned, policy and legislation has a role to play in that. And Julia, as we know, fashion's producing 100 billion garments a year, on track to double its emissions, and 3 out of 5 garments are destined to landfill within a year. You didn't come from fashion originally. You were in DC working in the energy and policy sector, and then you've now moved into luxury and fashion. Why did you choose to do that? And B, with reference to what Daniel mentioned, what needs to change near, medium and longer term when it comes to policy and legislation to try and solve this problem, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, obviously in terms of acting now, COPs have been around for basically as long as Clara and I, since we've been born pretty much. We've had COPs pass through all our lives. So I think definitely there's some time needed here to get there and deliver it concretely. And that's a little bit why I moved into the fashion world. I love DC. I had incredible experiences there and fascinating conversations, but there did come a point at which I felt you were talking about concrete actions in the private sector. I a little bit wanted to add my piece to the puzzle on that side, and I felt that that's where some things need doing, and very much in the fashion industry, because we are an industry with a platform and people look a lot at what we do. And definitely in Europe, I think we're really ahead of the curve now with the European Green Deal, with so much legislation coming to push more and more information to the consumer, right? You've got green claims, empowering consumers for the green transition, the eco-design regulation, all these texts are there to make sure that more information is brought to the consumer that is transparent, verifiable, and traceable. And brands are having to say more and more about where they're producing, what they place on the market, what its impact is. You know, you've got work going on at the moment in Brussels on what's called a product environmental footprint. So the idea of that is that you will be able, in a couple of years' time, when the product is put on the market, to know exactly what its impact is. You've got it a little bit already in the food industry with the Nutri-Score, you know, green, orange, and red. But that's in the EU. And that's where we come to the challenge with policy, that you need to have harmonized initiatives across markets so that we don't have a situation where, great, in France we've got legislation now, we've got the French circular economy law, we've got the climate resiliency law, but in the UK we're lacking that piece still. And how do we get to a point where policy is harmonized across these markets and putting those requirements out for brands across the markets, because they all operate globally at the end of the day.
Thank you so much. And building on that, Clara, obviously you work with the EU, you're active in the policy space, you're a model, you work in fashion, and you also represent your generation, your cohort, your community. With what Julia's just touched on, where there is legislation coming down the line, do you feel that is enough? How does it make you feel, both from someone who understands a bit about policy, but also speaks to your own community who want that change? Does it give you hope, or does it make you think that it's bad? How do you feel about that?
Well, I think, yeah, definitely wins have happened on the last years, because I've understood or I know that some policies are happening related to sustainable fashion on the European umbrella, and that's definitely like a win. But talking about the speed that we were talking, I really don't understand how, I'm not an expert on the system of how policies or laws are made in terms of time, because what I feel is, for example, there is a European directive, I think, that is tackling, well, the capability of clothes to be recycled, and they need just to meet like some requirements to be able to market them on the European Union, right? So if you don't like comply those requirements, you will not enter, which is fantastic, but still like it's gonna happen, like I think in I don't know if it's that one or it's other related to social issues. Yeah,
There are a few, but yes.
but they are taking time, you know, like they are like probably be happening in 4 years. So I don't really know if it's being tackled like the emergency of the issue in climate change in general, environmental and social impacts. Because, I mean, we have seen with other types of circumstances as COVID, you know, COVID was emergency and the policies and laws were
Yep.
like practically
Solutions,
on time,
yeah.
you know, like very
Yeah.
quick, because that was an
Yeah.
emergency. And why we
Yeah.
are not able on the policy space to, you know, make those changes a little bit faster, because, yeah, I don't think the emergency is seen there, you know, as
Okay.
it should.
Yeah.
And I don't think like people, for example, from Ghana, where all these clothes are dumping on landfills, I don't think like the biodiversity that is being like destroyed by this industry and all of these impacts can like really wait for years even,
Yeah.
you know, because this is an everyday thing, you know, and it's happening
Okay.
every day.
Yeah.
But from my perspective, I think something that is really driving change is us. I mean, it's the advocacy, you know, and the
Okay.
activism. I really believe that all these policies are happening somehow because they were incubated by activism. All
Okay.
the like policies that are happening come. I want to believe that come from a revolution movement, protest. You know, like activism somehow is like a driving force, and you need to go for these systemic changes
Great.
with the people in the ground. And I
Yeah.
think young people, by protesting, by raising awareness, by just even as consumers choosing different, we are advocating for the changes that we want to see. And I don't think like these policies would be
Yeah.
now discussed if these movements and young people is advocating for those, you know, because now we have more awareness and more information than before, and I think we are a little bit more caring about the environmental and social aspects that so many years ago were not even on the table. We didn't know where our things are coming from, and we didn't care. So I think I have hope in the next generation.
Okay. So in that respect, you speak for potentially some or a lot of your community, and that you feel that your voices are being heard and that they are somehow being listened to, and then there is action being taken on the basis of that.
A little bit.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Good to- We're going to come on to that later because there's some other things I want to talk to you about. But Daniel, I know you had something to say on this matter as well.
Well, there's so much that you said there that I would love to pick up on, but I don't want to dominate. But we could talk about activism and the role of youth voices in driving change if we wanted to. I think there's a really interesting compare and contrast with the pandemic if you want to go there. I think it's also really interesting to think about some of the words we're using. I don't think we're using any technical language, but I've heard policy, regulation, legislation, litigation. These are all different things, and thinking about how they come together in order to drive change. If we wanted to unpack that a little bit, we could talk about that. So I'm not sure where you want to go.
No, I would love to do that, especially with your guidance as an expert in this, and to an extent Julia's as well, how we can not just look at that in terms of itself as a set of theories or mechanisms, but what they actually mean for younger people who would be tuning in today, and people like Clara and Julia's age range, and what that means for them and how they can engage with them successfully, as opposed to feel that they are outside of that, or that it's something that other people do in other rooms that they are not connected to.
So let us start with the first point I made about youth activism, but bringing it to this, because you talked about engagement. These words like policy, it's an abstract noun. How do I get involved in policy? So yesterday was Sunday, but it was also International Human Rights Day. And it was the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. And Article 21 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is on participation. It's a fundamental right for all humans to be able to participate in the processes and the systems that shape their world. Now, I know we are maybe in a youth forum and we're having a youth conversation, but it's not just youth. It could be those who are able-bodied and those who are less able-bodied, those who are old, those who are young, those who are male, those who are female, those who are indigenous, those from the developed world, whatever it happens to be. But I think it's really apposite that we're having this conversation right now about engagement and about activism, because if you think about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, what it is a blueprint for legislation. Most international law, national law, follows those principles. And even if you think about the SDGs, they built on those as well. So I just wanted to bring that into the conversation, that it's a fundamental human right, and it's right that you grab it and you do something with it, but it's also right that there are fora that enable that. This is one of them, but you think about, I don't know, youth parliaments around the world. Just because you're not old enough to vote yet doesn't mean you can't participate in the process, and it behoves us, slightly more grown-up people who can change the environment through their voice, to create forum that enable that engagement. And if it's not there, then you have to agitate for it. So you can be an activist, and you mentioned some of the things that you do where you are part of, if you like, formal participatory youth platforms, and there's your own rebellious way of doing that through your own voice on your social media platforms, and we need to be doing both. You did ask me a question though about these abstract words of policy.
Yeah, and
I don't know if you want me to carry on speaking or whether we should let some other people respond, because I don't want to say too much.
What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Clara's point on that legislation does need to move faster and faster, and it does, because ultimately we don't really have time to keep talking about it.
No.
But having also witnessed some of those negotiations, it is also really crucial that those texts are written properly. And you have to be careful when it's written too hastily, that sometimes there'll be conflicting obligations. We had a situation a few years ago in France with something called the green dot, which is basically a little green dot on your packaging that says that that product can be recycled. And then we had a situation across the EU where in some countries that green dot was mandatory, and in other countries you were fined if you placed that green dot on your packaging because it was considered misleading information for the consumer because there were too many other pieces of information on your packaging.
God.
So for producers, it became, what do I do? Do I put the green dot on all my packaging, and then I accept that in some markets I'm going to be paying a fine and not in others? Or
Not
do
do
I
it
produce
altogether.
different types of packaging for different markets, which is a nightmare? How do you solve that? The green dot eventually got completely removed, and it's now no longer mandatory anywhere. But that's an example where policymakers weren't really speaking enough and things moved too quickly, and you had a very counterproductive measure in place. So you also need to take the time for the right conversations to happen at the right level, so that legislation as enacted is also effective and does what it needs to
And
be doing.
thought through properly.
Yeah.
That's a good point to make, because of this sense of urgency we've talked about.
Yeah,
It
I
does
just
play
wanted
into
to add, to what you said, Daniel, about, like having spaces for youth to actively participate. Because I believe that, I have the privilege to, as a Next Gen and as a Youth Climate Pact ambassador, to have this. And I thought that was making like a huge change. So of course, in one side, I believe that these spaces are necessary and we need more, for young people to actively participate on the policy making and everything. But on the other hand, I see and I've realized in these 2 years that many of these spaces are just like fake scenarios to a feel-good thing about them, about the CEOs or companies or whoever like is organizing this. And on the other hand, also to feel good about, okay, I'm a young person and I'm being heard, but actually, like, is something else gonna happen? Like, I don't want people just to hear me and clap me and have the video and the picture and everything, and it seems like I'm making a change, because I've experienced that. I've been in so many places and it seems like you are like doing something because important people is listening to you, but that's different of really like taking like actionable actions on that aspect, and something that I have an example of how to do that.
Let's hear that.
Yeah, basically Anna Kellers, I don't really know her specifically her role, but she's someone important on the government of New York, and she's on charge of the Fashion Act. Okay, one policy that they are trying to develop in terms of companies to be more accountable and everything, right? So she invited us, after having the Global Fashion Summit in Copenhagen, she invited us to share a WhatsApp group and have like some meetings with her to literally like go like line by line with this directive, okay, and involve us on the process, and we could make like comments on each line, because at the end we are able as young people also, although we don't have the full understanding of all the systemic changes that you need to do, in order to change a company or whatever, we are able to think out of the box, so we are going to be more critical. We have that critical thinking that sometimes it's not on everyone's mind. So by doing that and by making those comments, and she was like, yeah, well, this is perfect, I didn't think about this, this is not possible, you know.
Really?
Having that conversation, you are literally making us part of a policy that hopefully on some years is going to become, you know, like binding. So I think that's a way to do it. Like,
I mean, that's a very engaged and very
Exactly.
direct route and pipeline into someone with decision-making power, and that's amazing. And as you said, it comes with you've obviously earned this amazing role for yourself and built that opportunity. But I think taking that example to both Daniel and Julia, I'd love for you to maybe help us understand how someone who isn't yet or may not ever get to the position that Clara's in to be on a WhatsApp group with someone who's making these decisions, what else can they do? Because this usual thing is, oh, write your MP or take to social media, but are there case studies or examples or just guidance you could give that are likely to lead to more success and engagement with those that have that decision-making power around policy, legislation, and regulation?
Well, I think I should look at you because you're still under 30.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll,
floor is yours.
I mean, I think continuously educate yourself and be at the top of the speed of that information. And don't hesitate to, sometimes you can just even walk up to Parliament and see whoever's walking out and go and ask them questions. I did that when I was 15, 16, 17.
Lovely.
And,
Great.
and sometimes actually the person stops and says, okay, hang on, I'm going to take 50 minutes to listen to what you actually have to say. And then maybe, depending on how that conversation goes, that can get you into a different position. But people that are working in this space and have a capacity to do something, you can find them everywhere. They're not just at COP. They're in your local town hall. They're even in your local school. They're walking around the street of your city. They're at your local market sometimes. I've had conversations with people on my local market where they bring their products from and who they're in touch with to have the market stand that they have, and then they get you to speak to someone else. Just talk to people. Learn, educate yourself, have facts to share, and talk to people. I think the best way is engage.
Okay. Clara, does that resonate?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I had always that doubt because I believe that there's so many people that are not into policy or into this jargon and technical languages, and they have a voice as well. So how can you include them into the conversation to break that barrier? Because what I see on my age, on the millennials, is that, okay, yeah, policymakers are here, governments are here, and we are here on the ground. How can we, being heard on such a way when there is like of course, like a barrier there? How do you jump that, you know? And also the fact that not everyone is into policy making. So it would be unfair not to include the people, by instance, that is being affected by the fashion industry. Like not include them in the conversation. It's like if you are trying to develop policies or directives or laws into climate change and you don't involve the people who is being more affected from the global south, indigenous communities, and you don't include them on the conversation. So I think for making policies and involve youth, we need to find a way to involve people that is not into the space and they don't have.
And what is that though? Rather than we need, what are we going to do?
Yeah,
And maybe that's for Daniel and Julia to chime in on as well. But I'm always I have a pretty strong rule on these panels. Like, we shouldn't just say if we could, we need. It's like, what are we going to do? And do you see what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, again, I think it's complicated, but I think, as I said with the example, like, you need to give accessible education for people in those terms, like something that they don't teach us in the school is nothing related to climate change, nothing related to policies, just like, things that we might not use on the future. And I think it's more important not just like, like educate yourself to have a job in the future, but educate yourself how can you like really drive a change. And having more spaces, as I said before, with policymakers, with CEOs, breaking that barriers. And even if I don't know, like about what we are talking, okay, teach me, let's have the conversation. Because when I was in Copenhagen, I didn't know, like as a young activist, I just want, okay, I want this change, I want this, I don't like what you're doing, but then actually I'm not understanding the complexity of this brand to make changes. So it's
Yes.
good to have this conversation. Okay, you are the CEO, so teach me, what are your obstacles? What are your barriers? Because I really don't know. I'm not in your space. I'm on the space of a climate activist. So of course I'm going to just push for action.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's good to understand and see how together we can like find a, a solution somehow.
Thank you. Well said, actually. And Daniel, to that end, what would you say as someone who talks to a lot of CEOs, talks to a lot of very high-level decision makers? Like, is there a role to play for someone who can be an intermediary or to mediate between one agenda and a very different set of needs, which is business model transformation that takes time and requires collaboration between public and private sector? Who's the conduit between youth advocacy and youth activism and high-level decision makers to help both sides understand each other, do you think?
I'm not sure. But I do want to pick up on something that Clara said about how to drive that change, which is whoever the conduit is, you need to put yourself in the shoes of the other.
Yeah.
You said, I don't understand. Tell me what your priorities are. What are your obstacles? And so I think it begins with understanding. One of my phrases is it's impossible to hate up close, because once you really get to know somebody, you understand that it's just two humans on the other side of the table, and you may have very different views, but you can begin to understand each other. So get close, seek to understand, and then there's fundamentally only two types of arguments, the rational and the emotional, and try and use both tactics to drive the change. I wanted to say something else. You mentioned Gen Y, Gen Z. I want to bring in Gen Alpha. And I want to bring in Gen Alpha because I think I can see maybe 3 Gen Alphas in the front row. But Gen Alpha is anybody born from 2010 onwards. Now, I hesitate to bring Gen Alpha in. And the reason I hesitate is because I do not want to make the climate problem the next generation's problem, right? I need to own that, you need to own that, and I can't just pass it on. Equally, I think something you said in your initial framing about how brands are marketing to youth rather than necessarily the economically empowered, they're getting to you sooner. We need, you said education, educate yourself, educate yourself, educate yourself. We need to be changing the dialogue for those that are at school now so that they do then take on, I think you said, jobs with purpose or responsible jobs, and they think about their role in the world. So I'd like to see us, of course, making change now, but one of the changes we can do now is work with the educational environment for those Gen Alphas. I think, Gen Alpha, just the pure maths is Gen Alpha is going to be the biggest generation ever. They're going to be incredibly powerful. Let's get to them with the right messages before they are socialized or psychologically manipulated in other directions. Exactly.
Fun enough, if anyone's watching this either here in our space or online, an NGO I had a lovely meeting with yesterday is called Fashion Takes Action, and they've created a curriculum and set of modules that can be baked into a curriculum, and I think they've driven it across Canada and parts of North America, but they're looking to expand that. So that's just a case study exactly to your point, where if you start it, before people are voting, before they're actually spending a lot, but it's true. Julia, any comments on that?
I think we've covered a
Covered
lot.
it all. We might close. I think, Teresa, are we at time?
Just 1 second.
We've got 5 minutes. I think what we're going to end with is some rapid-fire questions. But I know Clara's got one thing to say, but we'll make it brief because I want to do some rapid-fire questions.
I just wanted to add to that very quickly that education, it's kind of like a privileged thing as well, I believe, because I had the time and the care to educate myself and make a deep research about the impacts that fashion has, but not everybody has, and that's something that we need to take into account, because first of all, brands talking about transparency doesn't put it easy, If you just go to their website, you will see, in 2025, I'm going to become neutral. I'm eco-friendly. I'm respecting the consumers. I'm doing what I can, but I'm not perfect. All these things makes you, if you are not educated, makes you believe that, okay, this brand is being sustainable, is being accountable and everything. So there's a lot of lack of transparency that can mislead to the people to trust on that brand. So based on that it's a privilege to have time and to have access to internet and to so many this type of education and research. Not everybody is able to do that. So that's why the pressure, it needs to be on the shoulders of companies and on the systemic change to make policies that really obligate brands to really be transparent about the claims that they are doing, because otherwise people who has not the time, maybe they are just working and they don't have the resources, economic resources, not even internet to understand the effects of their purchases.
Yeah.
That's something
Yeah,
that
and why should the consumer be forced to understand what BCI cotton is, or what OECOTEX or ISO 9001? All these things are B2B on the whole data sets, and who is going to be the one that helps the consumer understand what they mean in simple language, where they can then drill down more if they need to. But you're right, traceability and transparency is critical, and it often won't be the fashion industry that will be as traceable and transparent as we would like it to be, because turkeys don't vote for Christmas. I think you've got something to say about this. There is a law around this, isn't there?
To build on that, yes, no, there is, and I absolutely hear you, and I do agree on a lot of those points. But I think we can make a quick thread back to, we touched earlier upon harmonisation and the importance of harmonisation. And another theme to bring in there on why harmonisation is so important is its link with innovation, because companies are so much more likely to invest in research and development and find innovative new materials, more sustainable alternatives, if they know that the solution that they can put out on the market, they can put out globally without having to make any significant adjustments. So again, that brings us back to, it does need to be harmonized, no fragmentation for that to be done, because we're talking about all these solutions, and some of them, we've got the questions, but we don't quite have the answers yet. We need to find that new material. We need to work out how exactly to recycle this, and that. And there's a lot of work being put into doing that. But to really put that money where it needs to be, they also need to know that it can be delivered across the market.
Can I just say something briefly about litigation on this?
Yes, and then we're going to close.
Okay. You talked about applying pressure. And one way that has been done on other industries is through strategic climate litigation. And it's strategic because you don't always believe you're going to win the case, but you bring the case, and maybe you don't win the first time or the second time or the third time, but it makes people fearful of the case, or it can change the judicial system in some way over time. We could have a whole conversation just about climate litigation. But what made me think of it, not just the urgency and the pressure, but around standardization. Because if you think about climate litigation and where it's going at the moment, it's still quite nascent, and it is still digressing, diverging in a way that is actually helpful. Meaning that the number of cases that are being brought is still increasing. The number of countries in which cases are being brought, I counted half a dozen new countries where there was climate litigation in the last 12 months or so. The number of and the sophistication of legal arguments that are being brought, including misinformation and disinformation, and then where they're being brought, meaning by cities and municipalities rather than waiting for something at a nation state. This cacophony is, I think, going to continue and is quite helpful, because then brands are feeling that it's coming at them from a lot of different directions and there isn't a place to hide. But yet through legislation and innovation, we need regulation that promotes standardization around the right thing. So I think it's both and. Divergence and portfolio optimization by having multiple channels in order to then bring people together around the right answer. So I think it's a both and.
Yeah, thank you. It reminds me of when we were prepping this panel, we all started having conversations. I remember I put the question to both of you, if you look at some of the successful climate litigation, what would that look like if that was taken against the fashion industry for abuse of people, planet, ecosystems, biodiversity, you name it? And we haven't got time to drill into that today, but that is for another session, and you never know what may happen against some of the bigger, especially the lower end of the market and what we call the volume players. And I don't know if that gives you and your kind of generation hope that maybe that's something you'll get involved in. But I think to close, it would be interesting to reflect on the role of consumers versus citizens and what that means to all three of you. Because there's a difference between being a consumer of fashion who has, or any product or service, that has the ability to speak to the brand through social media and through other communication techniques. That's the consumer. As a citizen, you are different. You are active and you're engaged in more than just consuming. So what would you all three advise to anyone watching who is, especially younger audiences, but actually anyone, on the difference between being a consumer and a citizen and what the actions are for a citizen who really cares and wants to feel heard?
I'm going to just quickly go first because all dichotomies are false dichotomies. They're helpful because it allows us to then, as humans, get our head around things.
Exactly.
And while I appreciate the dichotomy, we are both at the same time. And often the easiest way to be a good citizen is to vote with your feet and with your economic power by being a good consumer. So yeah, let's separate to understand the roles that we can play, but I think maybe the most powerful way is often citizen as consumer.
Voting with your dollar, yeah. Julia?
Yeah, no, I'd second that, and I'd tie it back to my earlier point of engage, engage, engage. Look at what you're buying, look at the information. There might not be everything out there yet, but there is more and more. In France, there's label information now that's mandatory.
The AGEC as well.
Yeah, law AGEC, circular economy law. On websites, you can find more and more. We've now got, with Article 13, a set of environmental characteristics that have to be communicated for each product you place on the French market. So look, the information's there. And it's a two-way street, right? If brands see that consumers are looking, that also pushes them in turn to place more sustainable alternatives on the market.
Yeah, definitely. I'm agree with that last part. I think we all are consumers and citizens at the same time. Like for me, there's no difference. Like this system, the capitalism works as seen as just a consumers. We are the driving force of this system. So for me, there's no separation. But the problem is that as consumers, we have been shaped on a way that we are passive consumers. We are not aware about the things that we are buying, the quantity, what is behind. And that's because, again, the system has created somehow this throwaway culture that I used to think it was our responsibility as consumers, but actually, again, it has been shaped on a way that we feel like powerless because we are buying stuff in a passive way, like with a bandage on our eyes. So I think now is emerging this movement about conscious consumer, and it's, again, about transparency of companies and about educating ourselves if we, again, have the privilege. But of course, I'm agree with the fact that if you have that privilege and you can choose better, because every time you are, I love this quote, every time you are spending money, you are casting you are casting a vote about the world you wanna make. So yeah, if you have the chance, the time, and the care and the interest about what is behind every time you put money on whatever you buy, and especially on fashion, go for it. Yeah,
that's very empowering. Well, I think we're at time. Thank you all very much indeed. Could we give a round of applause, please, for my fantastic panelists who've done an amazing job?
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you very, very much indeed. All right. Brilliant. Are there any questions from the audience? I see a hand up over there. Natalia. Do we have a mic for Natalia? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. What a great panel. I'd like to ask the panelists if they've ever come across climate denial within their own families and how they've dealt with that, because I would imagine that if every youth activist can deal with that successfully within their own homes and different generations, we would be in a far better place.
Is that for any panelists in particular, or should we ask?
Let's start with the youngest and move on up.
So you mean if I experience climate denial?
Yes.
Especially in your own family, in your own household.
Well, in my home, actually, I'm lucky because my family have educated me since I'm a kid about the importance of nature, and that connection that I have with nature and animals and my environment is thanks to them. So not in a close way, but I've experienced that on from the governmental side. You know, like when actually last year one of the ex-ministers from Spain was making like big denials about climate change in a public television, and there's some things that, of course, desperate me because they somehow have a voice. And I mean, like, you have to respect, of course, freedom of speech. You cannot. We were talking as well about cancel culture. Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody's free to spread the word. But again, like, it happened here. We saw it even here. You know, like denying something that is being proved for almost the 100% of the scientific community, and that is like clearly like making impacts, although maybe not in your own skin. Denying in such a place as COP, you know, like, no, this is like fossil fuels are not really like impacting the climate change. Science says that, like, you are denying years and years of work. You are denying all the effort of indigenous communities and the people that has been impacted by those effects. And I think that's very unfair, and is something that really like frustrates me a lot.
And then I think your question, Natalia, was
But
what
have
do
you been
do?
successful in
Yeah.
changing someone's mindset?
Yeah.
Because that's
do you
what
do?
will give us hope.
No, for real. Especially, actually, not just in young people, because I would say in both aspects. Like, my family was not very, although they are like super open-minded and respect the environment and everything, they were not into the climate change awareness, because it's something kind of new. And the same with my friends and everything. So every time I have the opportunity to talk about these things, I don't find too much denial. What I find is just ignorance and surprise, you know, because they don't know about, in terms of fashion, most of the people on my niche, they know. But when you go out there, most of the people, they don't know what they are paying to the workers, all the destruction that just one pants are creating, that just one cotton T-shirt. When I say this, you need 2,000,
So it's ignorance over denial.
2,000
Okay.
liters of water. All these things, most of the people don't know. So I think I've been successful because I've seen during this activist journey the change of behavior on so many people about the choices they make, you know, especially on fashion. I advocate a lot for sustainable, sorry, I don't like sustainable word anymore, about second-hand fashion. And
I think what I'm hearing here, if I could jump in, is that to Daniel's point, is which it's hard to hate someone when you're up close. I think I could summarize is what you're saying is have empathy, because maybe they're not actually in denial, but they just don't know.
Exactly.
And so once you see their position, you can then hopefully educate them positively rather than be like, oh my God, you're a denier, you know.
Exactly.
Is there any other questions here? Thank you, Clara, by the way. Lady, the gentleman in the black and white shirt there. Thank you.
Thank you for correcting. I am a man.
I haven't got my glasses on.
It's
sorry.
all good. I got a question from Daniel, because you work as a deputy of director, so you must be working with a lot of CEOs and people in companies in high position. So how do you navigate the dissonance between a sustainable future and business? Because business is for profit. So if profit is at the crux of the focus of a business, sustainability would only make sense if it connects with profit in a certain way. And I also understand that in terms of fashion specifically, when we buy products, buying in wool is a lot more sustainable financially than creating like pieces creating single pieces for a limited demand. So how do you navigate those contradicting states?
Great question.
I didn't fully understand the second question, so I'm going to go with the first one. Because such as I understood it, I think it's bang on the right question. I sometimes talk about sustainability for profit. I don't think there's a dissonance. That's how I deal with the perceived dissonance. A business model that is not sustainable is not a good business model. We shouldn't be positioning sustainability as separate from profitability. Actually, unless you build a business for the future, a business that looks after the planet and looks after your community and gives back, you will not have a business. So the way I address the perceived dissonance is by educating that there is no dissonance. And those that are on the wrong side of history, those corporations that are on the wrong side of history around sustainable development, will be the ones that become very quickly obsolete. And educating that sustainability is profitability.
Look at Unilever.
Is the way that I tend to go about it. I don't know if that made sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense.
Does that answer
Thank
the
you.
question for you? Yeah. Is there anybody else anything to ask? Somebody at the back over there, the gentleman in the white. Thank you, Freya. Over there. Thank you.
Yes, she didn't see me. But I also had a question for Daniel Stander about incentivizing our way to a sustainable future. What do you think about the use of carbon credits for businesses? Is that a good way for the incentivizing the sustainable outcome?
Thanks for the question. Somebody said to me this week when I was at COP that unfortunately all the answers I give are complicated ones. I don't try and make things complicated, it's just that the world is. And the answer to in my opinion, to the carbon credits question is a nuanced one. It's both good and bad. Right? Ultimately, I fall on the side of, yes, let's continue to do it. And I can explain why, but let me first quickly replay the argument against carbon credits. The argument against carbon credits is it's a way of businesses buying their way to net zero and not doing what they should be doing themselves. It's a get out of jail card. They've made net zero pledges. They don't know how to get there, and so they buy their way to net zero, not by changing their own businesses, but by buying carbon credits.
Like carbon capture storage in a way, right? Keep doing oil and gas and coal.
Yeah, I can continue with my bad behaviors. I'm not addressing my own house, not getting my own house in order, and I am achieving my net zero targets by investing in other stuff. That is the argument against, and that's a real argument. However, even though that argument exists, I'm broadly in favor. Because imagine you're the best company and the best intentioned company in the world, and you want to get beyond net zero, but there is a reality for how fast you can get there. And while you may be putting your own house in order, what can you be doing in the meantime to give back and to set yourself some targets that you can meet in other ways, that then promote other activities, often in the global south, and create value for those actions that then make those activities sustainable. And I do spend a fair bit of time thinking about, especially nature-based projects, which will deliver carbon credits and therefore value to large corporates, because there's a market for it, and that's a good thing. I often play that card. I'm looking to get projects funded via the carbon value, the carbon credit value. So it's nuanced. I would much prefer that we didn't need them, but if used in the right way and in harmony with positive action to get your own house in order, then I think we should support them. And I go one step further. There's actually kind of secondary markets that build up. There's one thing we haven't talked about, and we won't be able to get into it now, and that's the role of insurance in all of this. Insurance is a fascinating industry, and it works as the canary in the coal mine, sending pricing signals to big business. And one of the things that the insurance industry is doing to unlock the value of the carbon market is providing insurance-backed guarantees around performance delivery of projects that may look a bit too risky to invest in. Now, we can get into conversations, again, a nuanced conversation around moral hazard of insurance to guarantee the performance of something. I actually don't think there's a moral hazard there, but I think it's a really interesting topic that we could get more into, and it's nuanced, but fundamentally, let's not chuck the baby out with the bathwater. Let's understand it for what it is, but engage with it in the right way. Sorry for the complexity.
No, I wouldn't. I think it was very well articulated. Is there anyone else who's got anything to ask? Or are we good? Yep, the lady over there in the white. Thank you, Freya.
Right,
Hi.
thank you so much for an amazing talk. I was just wondering, would you consider, we know that shopping second-hand is more sustainable, but what about the consumerism aspect of it? I know people that feel like they're contributing to, like, their tiny action to fighting climate change by shopping second-hand. However, they're very much into consumerism and they keep just buying more and more. Would you consider secondhand fashion sustainable, or how can we get to change these people's mindsets to, even because they already feel a bit better since they're buying secondhand, but they're not they're still consuming a lot, you know what I mean?
I'll take that one first, if that's all right, because for those who won't know, sort of, I wrote a white paper last year on this exact part of this exact issue about the life cycle of fashion in the consumer use phase. So second-hand fashion market is on course to outgrow the primary market by 2030, right? It's growing exponentially. But what some platforms are doing, like Depop and Vinted, is enabling people to feel better about still consuming the same amount. So it's a good thing to consume something second-hand as opposed to something primary, which is then, it displaces a primary first market purchase. But if you're still consuming at the same rate, and if you're buying second-hand items that were not made well, that don't biodegrade, that shed microplastics in the ocean, that will fall apart quickly because they were badly made, then you're going to need to replace them anyway. So buying second-hand in a responsible way is about making a very discerning choice, not buying into a trend, but buying it more cheaply because it's second-hand, because you saw it on Instagram and thought, I need that giant fuchsia puff pink thing, or everybody's wearing brogues, okay, whatever it is. So if you use second-hand just to try and be on trend at a better price point, that's wrong. Buying second-hand to reflect your own expression of your self-identity, of your style, is fine, but the other thing about it is you have to take care of your clothes. Consumers right now don't know how to look after their clothes, and that's not their fault, because obviously the brands often don't educate them, but about 30% of fashion's footprint takes place in that phase, and you could bring down fashion's footprint radically by caring for your clothes, how temperatures you wash them at, making sure they don't shed microplastics, repairing your clothes. That's starting to become cool again. So it's a very complex, just like Daniel's response to the carbon credit, it's such a complex area, that. But if in doubt, buy Vinted, buy eBay, buy Depop, and it's just cooler to have something that's secondhand, but just you look after it and you don't consume on a trend-based, frenzied way. And Clara, I believe you had a point to make too.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think, because of course I do not support fast fashion anymore, and the things that I get are always like secondhand. But you need to be also not just like supporting this, but being responsible consumer, right? Because the overproduction that we have is feeding back somehow the overconsumption that we have. And something that I always recommend before, okay, go for secondhand things, because as you said, like there's a lot of people that they are just like crazy consumer of Vinted and all these platforms, because at the end you can get the last, I don't know, like Zara clothes by less price, and they are secondhand because they have been used one time, but at the end is the same, right? So I always support that. First and most important, the most sustainable thing you can do is use what you have. That's the most sustainable thing. And after that, if you really need something new, I will go for that, or for ethical brands that are using natural fibers and being like paying what they need to pay to the workers. If you have the privilege to afford those, like I think secondhand is a good way to see sustainability for the people who cannot afford this new luxury and sustainable movement that is out there. But definitely use what you have. Upcycle what you have, like if I get bored about these pants, I can cut them. Just be creative, because that also like shape your own identity and your own style, instead of following on trends and instant gratification of all these systems. So yeah, definitely open your wardrobe and see what's inside and create.
Yeah, I think that makes a really nice spin with, there's another conversation that you're also having this afternoon more on that topic.
On circularity,
But yeah, don't be afraid. I mean, definitely secondhand's one thing, but also what Clara's just given the example of upcycling. You've got more and more points in various cities where you can go and take a piece of clothing and say, I don't wear this jacket anymore, can you cut off the sleeves and make it into something new? And that can also meet your requirements. Fashion's also about creativity, making a statement with how you look, but you can do that with the pieces you already have. You don't consistently have to be looking out what's the new item from this or that collection to do that.
Daniel, I think you had something to say.
I just wanted to say, make what you have last, at the risk of virtue signaling. This T-shirt I bought in 2020, and I don't intend to replace it anytime soon.
Yeah.
What I
I
liked...
bought these in 2011, Daniel. I was still in school,
Sorry,
and I'm still wearing them.
I said 2020. I meant 2000.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm not very good with numbers.
All right.
2000 is when I got this. This is
Well,
almost
bravo
25,
to the-
20, almost 25 years old.
Do you know
this
who made
t-shirt.
it?
Yeah, I do.
Who?
Smedley.
Very good brand. Very good brand.
It also has a hole in the back, but I don't...
Get that repaired.
No, I'm fine with it.
Fine with it, yeah.
Fine with the hole in the back. But where I wanted to go briefly was secondhand. Yes, you mentioned it. Upcycling, recycling, and even I think they call it downcycling. Right? There are opportunities there. But what I wanted to highlight was, if you think about the ESG hype cycle for fashion, I think the conversation, and I'm no fashion expert, used to be primarily around how clothes are made, which is important. And what I'm seeing a shift to is not how they're made, but then once we have them, how we use them and where they go. And I don't think that story is told yet as well, but I'm pleased with the question because it shows that the audience, people are beginning to think through not just am I buying sustainably, was this made in a sweatshop in Bangladesh, and where did it come from and its ESG provenance, but what about the afterlife and the on life? And I think that's important, and I'd love to see, and I don't know whether this exists already, but I'd love to see big fashion happily receiving clothes back for
They're starting to.
upcycling.
They are starting.
Yeah,
to.
Of course,
Slow,
that's
isn't it?
counterintuitive maybe to profit, but those brands that do that will be the ones that survive over the long term because
Yeah,
they'll be
they
on the
have-
right side of history.
And they have customer loyalty, and they then take co-custodianship, and we will come on to this afternoon. I think the last point to make on that, the lady who asked the question, was there's a factor that's starting to get a lot of exploration in the space called emotional longevity. So a garment can be made well, it can be made to resist a lot of wear, a lot of washes, and all of that. But if you've got emotional longevity, which is you don't buy something because you're like, I feel like I need a black V-neck, that's probably fine, I could do that one, then if I don't like it in a few years, I'll get another one. But we all have pieces, I'm sure, that, and I know we'll do, that when you do have to do a wardrobe clear out or you're moving house, you're like, shall I get rid that one I would keep if my house is on fire. When you have that emotional, sentimental relationship with a piece, you look after it, you care for it, and eventually you may resell it, but you'd be much more reluctant to. So emotional longevity, when you shop, whether it's secondhand or not, but particularly secondhand, is one of the keys to not just buying something that's kind of, will I love it, will I not? I think it does the job, but like, does it set my heart on fire?
Yeah.
Or is it just something I will use again and again because it's a really good staple? You have to be invested in it yourself emotionally, and then you really do care. Is there anything else? I'm very mindful that we're probably at time. Yeah, we are. Thank you, Teresa, very much indeed.
Thank you. Just want to come to the top of the stage for a picture, but yeah, let's Hello. Welcome back, and I'd like to invite you all to take your seats for our first storyteller of the day. Charlotte Maguire is coming onto our stage after previously being here for one of our panel sessions a few days ago, and I'd like you to join me in giving her a massive round of applause as we welcome her onto our stage today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlotte Magai. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm not the best at storytelling, but I'm gonna try the best I can. I grew up in Mukuru. It's one of the largest slums in Nairobi, and by 10 years, I was already a total orphan. At 16, I ended up becoming a teenage mother, which meant I had to drop out of school to figure out a way to fend for myself and my young daughter. My first job was selling charcoal, and it was also the only fuel I could afford. I earned $1 a day, and there were times when I was paid in charcoal, not cash. And so, as that is what we used at home, my daughter and I kept suffering from respiratory tract infections. And when she turned 2, she suffered a severe burn injury resulting from the traditional stove that we were using. Now, this sparked my interest in providing a better cooking technology for my community. At first, I just wanted to build a stable stove to limit the risk of burns in children under the age of 5. And so I saved and I did more odd jobs, and I finally managed to make enough for tuition. I enrolled in an adult school where I learned about the impact of household air pollution, the high cost of fuel, and burns in children. So then I set out to design a stove that would solve all 3 problems. Up to that point, the only thing I cared about was burns in children, because that was a personal problem for me. Now, as I was doing this, I realized you need business acumen to sell stoves, no matter how amazing they are. So I joined my first accelerator, and while there, I got a scholarship to attend a conference. Now, I was very excited for the opportunity for 2 reasons. One was because it was going to be my first opportunity to leave my country and see another place, a dream I never thought I could dream. And 2, because I had a really good plan. I was going to raise $1 million and get into the next 100,000 households. Easy peasy, right? Except it wasn't. So I booked meetings with a lot of enthusiasm, and as I walked out of each one, my heart was breaking because no one was buying my story, no one was impressed, and more importantly, no one was willing to invest in me at the time. Until my final meeting, I met this very old white dude, and he was like, I think I understand the problem, and I know what you're trying to solve, but I cannot give you $1 million, which I really wanted. What I can give you is mentorship. And so for an hour, every single Monday, for a year, I sat on calls with him. There are times when I hated him because he was pointing out the things I didn't know, and times when I loved him because he was teaching me Excel formulas, which apparently you need to run a business, and storytelling, which you need to woo investors. And God, I hope I'm doing a good job right now. After a year, he became our first debt investor, still loving my business enough to give us debt-free investment, but also introducing us to other people who could provide financing for us. Now, the reason why my business needed investment was because nearly 3 billion people across the world are impacted by the impact of household air pollution, and this results in 4 million deaths every single year. The numbers are staggering, and they just keep rising, especially with the impact of household air pollution. Women and children are the most impacted because they spend up to 3 hours every single day fetching firewood, cooking, and doing other things around the kitchen. So I wanted to solve this with our stove, not just for me, but for the young girls who would come home from school with their brother. And while their brother was allowed to play and do their homework, their job was to go into the nearest bush or forest to fetch firewood and cook for the family. I wanted to help them reduce the time there. And so I founded Mukuru Clean Stoves. And what we do is we use recycled metal to manufacture improved cook stoves locally, and then we partner with local women business owners who distribute to the very last mile. Now, these stoves are just $10, but that is still a lot for a community that earns $40 to $100 monthly income. And so we have come up with different ways to help them afford these stoves. And the women who sell our stoves within these communities are the reason why we are able to distribute our stoves. Now, for the last 6 years, we have distributed almost 450,000 improved cook stoves, impacting the lives of 2 million Kenyans who now benefit from cleaner air within their homes, creating 107 green jobs, and enabling women to earn $400,000 in commissions. Our stoves have also helped avoid almost 1 million tons of carbon emissions. And over the last 6 years, families have been able to save close to $50 million in fuel consumption costs. Now, as Charlotte Magai, I believe there is a privilege that comes with abundance, the privilege that allows you to dream beyond your stomach, beyond your village, to dream big. And I have been dreaming. And so I'd like to tell you a story, and this is perfect because the children just walked in. I have a daughter, like I talked about, and she is 13. She just turned 13. She's taller than me. It's kind of annoying. But so I'm cooking at 6 p.m. in Nairobi, and my kitchen is safe now. My daughter is scarred, but healthy. And so I no longer feel anxious about inviting her into my kitchen to help me cook for the family. Now my phone lights up, and she picks it up. She reads it out loud. It's a report by the CDC stating that people are still catching malaria even when they have access to mosquito nets. And the assumption was they're either not using the nets at all or they were catching malaria just before they go to bed. My daughter looks at me and asks, "What are they doing just before they go to bed, Mom?" And because she's my daughter, she's like, "Oh my God, they're using your stove to cook." She makes it my problem that people are catching malaria. And so as we're making dinner, I wonder, are there malaria interventions associated with cooking? And if not, could we make one? 11 months later, a patent-pending, first-in-the-world mosquito repellent fuel created by me and my 13-year-old daughter, we just sold the first few bags in the last month. That's our new product. Thank you. Now, Mukuru Clean Stoves is banning a cleaner, healthier, greener world with the help of young people in Kenya, in Ghana, and the different parts of Africa that we work in. We're providing them with an efficient stove, which, when burnt alongside our fuels, give them a formidable barrier against energy poverty, household air pollution, and malaria. And I have been doing this work for the last 6 years, which should be impressive, but I'm still trying and failing to impress my daughter. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here at the Extreme Hangout today. We're very grateful for everyone who's here today. It is my great honor to be able to introduce our next storyteller of the day. His name is Matt, and he is the founder and chairman of Takumi. He is a pioneering influencer marketing platform. He is a partner at Rainmaking and the co-founder of a startup bootcamp. Before he began channeling his passion for sustainability into Terra, he started his career in the Finnish Air Force and got a master's in aerospace engineering from Manchester University. Can we please give a huge round of applause for our next brilliant storyteller, and thank you so much for being here today.
Hi, everyone. Just mic is on, good. So it says founder and chairman of Takumi, but I'm actually here to talk about Terra, which is my investment and coaching program for young startup entrepreneurs in the climate space. So I've been an entrepreneur and investor for about 15 years now, and out of those 5, some have failed, a couple have been okay. Takumi is doing pretty well. But one of the most successful ones was Startup Bootcamp, which I co-founded in 2010, and it was one of the first accelerator programs outside of the US. And in the last 13 years or so, it's grown to have done about 150 programs across the world in 27 different countries, 1,500 startups, and it's been a great success. Out of those 1,500 startups, only about 200 have been climate focused, though, because we've just covered everything from fintech to insurtech, what have you. And over the last couple of years, I felt a personal need to do more to help climate-focused startups. And I also felt like there was a gap in the market in terms of the investment that pre-seed startups were getting and the coaching and the support that they were getting. So I went back to the alumni from Startup Bootcamp and also spoke to other founders. And I was like trying to understand what value they got from those programs and what they did them for and what some of the issues were. And basically the hierarchy of needs that they, why a founder goes to an accelerator program is basically to get funding. Second is expand your investor network. Third is the peer-to-peer learning. And then the fourth one is basically the sort of the structured learning that you get from those programs. And then some of the issues that they had was that a lot of these programs are physical, so you have to move to a different city for 3 months and then move back again, and it's just a hassle. So effectively, if you were to sort of summarize that, it means that pre-seed founders will uproot their lives for 3 months just to get access to investors and investment. So I thought like there must be a better way to support these founders, and therefore like we launched Terra with the view of like not only being a pre-seed sort of angel investor into these startups at a very early stage, but also creating like a bespoke coaching program for each of them, so that it only focuses on the one thing that they said is their highest priority, which is raising money. So we set up Terra with this sort of lofty aim of helping 1,000 startups over the next 10 years to raise their seed investment round. Now, and the idea is that it's online so that we can coach people online, and therefore we can work with founders from all around the world, because I believe that like climate innovation is going to come from, well, outside of North America and Europe as much as it will come from there. So like we need to help founders flourish everywhere in the world. So that's Terra. Let me tell you a little bit about the challenge with early stage innovation, because some of you might think that there's no need for a program like Terra, that actually we're fine. So last week I met an entrepreneur called Amit, and he had developed a new membrane to be used in the electrolysis of hydrogen, which makes the whole process more efficient and better. He's not going to change the world, but he will nudge it forward a little bit. And the problem is that when you look at like sort of technology innovation in the climate space, then it's the breakthrough technologies that get all the headlines in the mainstream news, and the smaller sort of everyday innovations don't get a mention. And if you look at, you know, graphene, semiconductors, lab-grown meat, fusion reaction. You can see why those kind of get the headlines. But according to like a recent study from McKinsey, I think it was released like last week or the week before, only about 10 to 20% of all the innovation that we need to hit our net zero targets is at a mature stage, so can be applied in a scaled way. 45% is at a early market stage, and about 35 to 45% are in the concept stage. And it's the concept stage innovations which are the breakthrough technologies which seem to get all the headlines. So if you take fusion reaction, for example, there's about 25 startups around the world trying to solve fusion reaction at the moment. And I think the most advanced ones will get a commercial pilot ready by the end of the decade. And then if you think of how long it takes to build a nuclear reactor and deploy it and then do it at scale, these breakthrough technologies aren't going to really impact our 2030 goals for sure. They will hopefully impact the 2050 goals. But we can't wait for those breakthrough technologies to, solve all of our problems. And in the meantime, we have literally thousands of corporations and small businesses around the world who have all committed to net zero targets, and consumers want to reduce their own carbon footprints. And those aren't going to necessarily come from those breakthrough technologies. They're going to come from like little everyday innovations that will kind of nudge us forward towards those goals. So effectively, we need a lot more innovation around that early market stage technologies, so effectively getting them more efficient, slightly more improved, so that we can drive down the cost curve and then increase the adoption, and therefore actually like sort of incrementally get us towards our, well, especially 2030 goals, right? The problem I have is that when you look at sort of climate VC funding at the moment, a lot of the VC funds have set this like arbitrarily high, in my humble opinion, a very arbitrarily high hurdle for what great looks like in terms of carbon reduction targets for those startups before they're willing to invest in them. So you can see like some of, like on these websites where it says like, we look for companies that can address 100 million tons of carbon per year at maturity, which is great because you go 50 billion, 100 million, that doesn't sound too big. 100 million tons a year is 3,500 commercial airliners, or all the aircraft that the 5 largest airlines in the world have. That is a huge, huge number to hit. And so if that's your hurdle to make an investment into climate technology, I think you've like set the bar way too high for what it needs to be. And you kind of convoluted the concept that commercial returns and carbon reduction don't necessarily both need to be at a unicorn level, basically. So I would want to see VCs kind of reset their expectations of what great looks like when it comes to carbon reduction targets per startup, because they can still back startups that might have more moderate goals, but still have large market opportunities. As I said, there's thousands of big corporates out there looking to, decarbonize their supply chains, etc. And if more VCs end up being able to deploy more capital to more startups because they're lowering their hurdle, then you can still have massive overall reduction in sort of carbon in total, because if you have 1,000 startups that each address 1 million tons a year, you still get to a gigaton. So I think like we need to recalibrate what great looks like when it comes to sort of VC investment in climate tech. And I think personally, great looks like Amit. So I think we need like 1,000 small steps while we wait for those giant strides to come through from breakthrough technology as well. And I think each one of those investments can be a great investment opportunity in its own right, and it can nudge us towards net zero. And I think that these are the startups, the Amits of the world, that we need to be supporting and investing in. And that's what Terra is about. So I basically have tried to build this new platform where we're not going after the breakthrough technologies. I think Bill Gates can go after those with his larger pockets than ours. But what we can do is help with the storytelling and the narrative and the early investment and the introductions into the wider VC community for these startups that will pop up from all around the world, and where we can actually like help them get to that first step and get to the seed funding. Because once they get to the seed funding, then they're in the big open world and they have a chance to scale from there. So yeah, that's my story. Nothing to do with Takumi this time, but that's the story of Terra and how we're hopefully going to help 1,000 startups get to their sort of first step. Thank you.
Again, silver is silver recycled specifically from medical X-ray film and refined in total segregation from any other material. Hospitals all over the country and the world are storing film well beyond the retention date that they have to keep it, and that costs trusts a great deal of money over time. What we allow them to do is recycle that X-ray film and receive the monetary value of the silver that we recover.
Here at Kidderminster we have a fleet of 3 vans that go all around the country collecting X-ray films from hospitals to vets, where it's brought back to reclaim the silver out of.
Once here, the staff will then process the film by separating the wet film from the dry film in 2 separate bags which go into stillages. Once this has been done, all the paperwork will then get put into a blue bin where it is shredded so all data is totally destroyed.
Once the film's been separated from the paperwork, it goes through the granulators where it's chopped up into small pieces. Once it's been granulated, it goes through the solution called ferric, where it takes the lamination off the film, so it's taken out, rinsed, drained, and into the fixer where it's pumped around the electric machine where it's plated to the cathodes. Once the silver is knocked off the cathodes, it's then melted, poured into bars.
Once the silver's been smelted, it goes up to our refinery in Buxton, where it
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. Next up, we have a session called Round in Circles and the Unexpected Players in Resolving Fashion's Final Frontier. It's going to revolve around the new ways of bringing the fashion world into a circular economy. And I'd like to introduce Mary Fellows, who will be moderating the session.
Thank you, Angus. Thank you all so much for coming. It is a really important topic to tackle this, and with that, I'd like to welcome on stage my panelists as well. Please come up and join me here. Thank you.
Do you mind which order? Anywhere.
Thank you. Good. Can everyone hear? Yes, we're all good. Thank you, Extreme Hangout, and thank you to the UN for having us. It's nearly at the end of COP, and what a great way to finish. I picked this topic about the circular fashion ecosystem and fashion because, as most people in this audience may or may not be aware, I'd hope that the fashion industry is still deemed to be one of the great polluters. Approximately the third most polluting sector, anecdotally, people say, but nonetheless, it is way off track. It is on track to double its emissions by 2030, and it is currently only recycling about 1% to 2% of its waste, whereas up to 85% could be. If you just think about that, only 1% when 85% could be. And the thing about sustainability is it's a long-term journey to clean up supply chains and still do a just transition where those that we've got working for us in the global south, making garments, dyeing, finishing, doing the textiles, weaving, ginning, transporting, all of that, you can't take employment away from. So it's a long transition to clean up those far reaches of supply chains in tiers 3 and 4, and where all the emissions happen in scopes 3 and 4 as well. But what we can do is bring down fashion's footprint by up to about 30% by tackling what happens in the consumer use phase, which is once it's in the hands of the consumer. And not only does that bring down the footprint, but it also then starts to mirror Mother Nature's own perfect system of never wasting anything. Everything in nature goes around in circles, doesn't it? I always say that if you look at the water systems, a lake evaporates, that water becomes cloud vapor, becomes rain somewhere else, goes back into a lake or a river, back into the seas, and there you go. So the fashion industry has a huge opportunity as well as a moral imperative to do that. And with that, I would like to introduce my panelists. Could you all tell me who you are, what you do, and also what was your call to action to being in a purpose-driven space?
So hi, my name's Susie Smither. I'm founder of British jewellery brand The Rockhound, and I have a foundation of responsible sourcing. And do you know what? It all started back from a school assembly in the 90s when I learnt about fair trade. And that idea of the world's not fair, is it? You know, we're so lucky and blessed with where we are in our lives, and not everyone has that. And so as soon as I heard that, I wanted to become a conscious consumer. So then fast forward to The Rockhound, and I've landed myself in a really unsustainable industry, you know, with extracting precious metals and gemstones from the earth. And so I wanted to embed the responsible sourcing into that. And so that's how I started.
Thank you very much, Emma.
Hi, my name is Emma Barber, and I'm the managing director of a company called Degrade. We are UAE based, and my background is really the fashion industry. I was in buying and merchandising for about 25 years, working pretty much in the UK, high street, and then also here in the region for about 10 years. So my husband, who started the business, was in conventional manufacturing, but when we came to Dubai, we saw just how much pollution there was, and Chris really understood about textiles and how much polyester is being made in the world. And when you make polyester sustainably by recycling plastic, you really conserve resources, so you use less water, less energy, fewer carbon emissions, and you don't use any oil, which is a finite resource. So we really wanted to do something that was making a difference, and there's a huge consumption of water and water bottles here. And whilst we don't advocate to use more plastic, what is being used needs to be recycled. So we have a recycling plant in Abu Dhabi, and we recycle PET into polyester. We made all the uniforms for COP, so everybody wearing COP uniforms is made from, and the Extreme Hangout guys are also wearing loud and proud. So yeah, that's Degrade.
Thank you, Coco.
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you so much, Mary, for having us all here. It's a very exciting time. My name is Coco, and I'm the founder and CEO of Cirque. We're a luxury fashion rental and resale platform based in the UK. And what we do is we bring the luxury experience to the space to make circular consumption as exciting as buying new.
Thank you, Tony.
Hi guys. Thanks so much, Mary, and you guys for coming here and listening to us. My name is Tanya, and I'm a co-founder and managing director of the company called Cycon. So it's a technology which connects garments to post-consumer services around its entire life cycle. So think about care product recommendations, dry cleaners, repairers, resellers, renters, charities, and recyclers. So the entire life cycle support of your garments. And the call to action was actually about 6 years ago. I spent about 15 years of my career in sustainable energy sector. And at some point I've realized that it was a success story of the world moving to sustainable future. Decarbonization was already at scale. It was a big boys game, but fashion was about 15 years behind energy when it comes to supply chain, government support, consumer awareness, you name it. So that was a call to action to do something about it. And data, post-consumer, is now lacking in any brand, any supply chain, but it's coming up in the Scope 3 emissions. So thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Manuel Jackson. Or Manny Jackson also. I am the founder and design director for a brand called Thread House based in Los Angeles. Thank you so much, Mary, for having me here, and all you beautiful panelists. What we do, we focus on creating circularity by pioneering a global ecosystem around sustainable fashion solutions. And what that basically means is we look at our main 5 pillars of educating, creativity, innovation, sustainability, and bringing our communities together by hosting events, upcycling clothing, focusing on donating, supporting charity initiatives, and creating a whole entire circularity around, like I say, from bottom to top. And then also integrating innovation and technology in our actual clothing, which we'll hopefully show you a little later. One of the main things that was the call to action for me, I've worked in the mental health space for over almost 2 decades, and also I worked in simultaneously fashion as well. And what I saw was there was a lot of waste generated in fashion that allowed me to work with a lot of different brands, allowed me to work with a lot of different charities, and I wanted to support that, and we started an organization called Hope Healing, where we wardrobe makeover for kids with chronic illnesses. Well, during the pandemic, we had a lot of stuff that was donated, but we couldn't use it. So I decided to take those clothes and upcycle it and start making hats. And that just really helped cultivate our whole entire sustainable journey. And then that just allowed me to work and partner with more organizations to help spread our mission. Thank you.
Manny, thank you so much. So as everyone here can witness, the way to solve circularity in fashion is so complicated and takes so many different approaches and different solutions. And what I'm so proud of is that we've got such a wonderful cross spectrum here, from jewelry to polyester to secondhand to technology and the consumer use phase and upcycling. So this is not a bad summary of how to tackle the problem. If we go back to the problem itself, for anyone in the audience who didn't know this, there are now mountains of dead, used waste fashion that are visible from space. One of them is in the Atacama Desert. Currently, the fashion industry disposes of about 92 million tons of textiles a year that could be used most likely in other places. That would cover the equivalent of 7 or 8 times the size of Dubai or Belgium. It would weigh the same amount as 184 of the Burj Khalifa, which you may have seen whilst you're here. So with that in mind, given that we have this insane amount of waste on our hands, enough to possibly clothe 5 or 6 generations of people without ever making a new garment, how do you guys, less so Susie, because we're going to talk about jewelry as well, but Manny, for you and also Coco, I think specifically, I'd love to know how you're tackling that problem exactly, the waste problem.
So, first of all, we're tackling by educating people about the waste problem. I think we have to allow people to understand that there is that. And then, like I said, our program, we created a program in Los Angeles, California, that's allowing people to be educated around sustainable solutions. And then we take in donations, we partner up with other brands, and we use those clothes to upcycle or recycle or regenerate more functional garments.
And like you're wearing them today, right?
Yeah, just like one I'm wearing today.
Fantastic, thank you. Coco, tell me about how your solution helps solve this problem.
Of course. So I think first, to reinforce what you just mentioned, if we look at the lack of utilization and lack of recycling in the industry, we're looking at a lost value of $500 billion a year.
Billion. 500 billion of lost value.
Yes,
Ellen MacArthur.
exactly.
Yeah.
So it seems like it's pretty timely to actually move from a take, make, waste economy into a much more circular one. Now, what we've been really focusing on at Circle is how do we make that really exciting to the consumer? And we do that really through what we call our 3 C's. So number 1 is all about curation, looking at our inventory through a curated eye, and really focusing on pieces that tells a story, trying to tell our community that it's actually almost cooler to wear vintage clothes or rented pieces than actually buying new. The second C is all about convenience. I think we live in a world today where the consumer wants the experience to be effortless. So how do we bring that experience to your door? How do we bring it live through our own showroom that level of personalization has proved to be very successful for us. I'd say on the convenience level, we've even partnered with a hotel chain now, One Hotel. When you book your hotel room, you also book your holiday wardrobe. By the time you land in London and you're checking out One Hotel Mayfair, your London wardrobe is waiting for you.
So no emissions as well. Less emissions from not taking a suitcase in the hold. Right?
Exactly.
Good.
And the third C is community, because ultimately change comes through community. And if we can all come together to make that change, that's where we really get to scalability.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. And I think touching on the waste problem as well, you've got this idea that it's innovative to take waste, and it's an imperative to take it, and there's a value in it, as Coco mentioned. But how do you guys, and this is more a question for Susie than Emma, I'd like to hear this as well, how do you turn the idea that some customers might be slightly put off by the fact they're wearing waste, if they know that waste has become the raw material? You know, do they want to think of the way that fashion is all about fantasy and aspiration, and does it detract and demystify their experience when they know that there's waste in what they're wearing? And how do you tackle that? Susie, do you want to?
Yeah, so circularity in the jewelry industry is actually not a new thing. We continually recycle metals. We don't even waste the little filings of gold. We collect them all up. And it's a fungible material, so you can refine it infinite number of times. So when I came across this new source of recycled metals, which is silver salvaged from NHS medical x-rays, actually in the UK, the NHS is very beloved to us, especially after the pandemic. So it's quite an easy sell to people are investing almost in the NHS as well, because the NHS get paid for the silver that's salvaged from the x-rays. So it stops it going to landfill, it stops the plastic going to landfill, because now the silver's been stripped and then the PET can be recycled. So yeah, it's a beautiful story.
It's incredible. And Emma, tell us how do you engage the consumer around that?
So we, there's sort of two answers to your question from my side, because what we do at Degrade is not unique in that we repurpose polyester and make new clothes out of it. But what we do that is unique is we're B2B. So obviously there's companies that have a uniform requirement, and we don't want to put new product into the world. We don't want to generate loads of new stuff. But where companies do have to wear uniforms, what we want them to do is just switch their procurement option to a sustainable option. As I mentioned in my introduction, you know, we can do it in a much greener way. But we do get pushback on, but can we wear plastic, and is it very bad for us? And our answer to that is that recycled polyester performs identically to conventional polyester. So we can provide a high performance, high quality product that's not going to be a single use plastic item and be thrown away like some promotional polyester merchandise is. You know, our quality is high, and so we get around this whole thing about, but it's a waste material by the proof is in the pudding, by showing them that the companies we work with, the blue chip companies around the world who, you know, stand by the product and it wears well.
Good, okay. And we touched on storytelling, so I'd love to come on to Tanya on this one, because there is a role to play, isn't there, where if you can engage the consumer in the story of what they're doing, and they can then have a story to tell their community, does that play a part in what you do?
Yeah, absolutely.
And how does technology help that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. You're spot on about the story. And consumers today really want to do good. They really do. I mean, does anybody here not care about buying sustainable clothes?
Yeah.
Usually it's raise hands, right? But I know that it's going to be yes on everybody's part. Sorry.
They're too scared.
Yeah. What Cycon does is really simplifying the way for you to maintain your wardrobe. Instead of you going and Googling, what's the best care solution for my organic cotton jeans so they don't decolor? You know, I heard this microplastic thing. Is there a laundry detergent that is helping me not to shred too much? Nobody's asking these questions, and nobody really should. But what we do is we're really, through an algorithm, we're helping consumer to see the right care product for that specific garment that they register in Saigon app. So based on materials, is it polyester, is it wool, is it silk? On price, is it Roxanda dress, which is in its thousands, or is it an H&M t-shirt for $5? So you get your market there, and location as well. Are you in Australia, or in the UK, or in Dubai? And what's interesting that what comes after. And a lot of the times, with the take-back schemes, for example, the story there is really missing a lot from both brands and those collection points where you just dump your bag of stuff, right? Has anybody recycled clothes that way, where you just put stuff in the bin?
Yeah.
Yeah? A few hands? Does it mean you guys don't recycle clothes? What? Anyway. But what's happening there? People don't know where it goes, right? People just put it there and hope for the best. But as Mary alluded, it all ends up in the global south, in the places like Chile, Ghana, all washed up to the beaches, and it's horrible. But then when you actually look at your garments or your wardrobe and actually have a choice of, do you want to land it to somebody else to wear and make some money off this? Do you want to resell it? We can tell you the resale value. Do you want to maybe donate it to the cause you care about and support environment or Heart Foundation animals? Or does it not have any wear and resale value anymore? Then we would ask you to put it in the recycling. And the recyclers we work with are not sending stuff to the global south. They actually send it to the recycling facilities based on the garment's materials. Wool recyclers is one thing, polyester recyclers, leather recyclers for shoes, etc. So it's a storytelling through you managing you're being empowered, and you know the impact of what you're doing in your app. You know the environmental footprint of what you're doing and how much you're saving to the environment. Speaking your own language, like how many miles driven in the diesel car, right? Or how many glasses of water is saved of a human consumption. Not the complicated numbers with the, who even knows what, 2 kilograms of CO2 emissions is equivalent to? Nobody knows. We need to speak with the, but actually, it's good 20 miles driven in a car. So, it's quite...
So those stories become shareable and become your own, what I'd call PSR as opposed to CSR, your own personal social. It's like we can all have our own mini kind of in-house CSR department, right? Why not? I think another question for all of you though around this is, what you're all doing is going above and beyond what the luxury and fashion and jewelry industry currently does, which is take, make, waste, as Coco mentioned. Now, to do things better and to do them right and to take waste, which then needs breaking down, either chemically or mechanically recycling, or having other components and chemicals and other processes attached, that's expensive. So someone's got to pay that price, and your products, all of you, or services, will end up costing the customer more. So what would you say to customers watching here, who could be target audiences or customers for you, this is why it's worth paying the price, apart from your own reduced impact on the natural world? What else have you come across that? And Susie, why don't you?
So I actually try and absorb some of that extra cost myself. So if I'm selling through stockists, I don't want it to be inflated down the light markup. So I'm trying to shoulder that myself. But I think to be able to have, especially with jewellery, it's such a personal choice. If it's, say, a wedding band or something like that, I work in Fairtrade Gold as well. You don't want this story of, like, child labour in the mines or that someone's died from mercury poisoning. So people do actually care a lot about their jewellery choices, and they should be passed down through the generations. So people who come to the Rock Hound have already made that conscious decision to buy, knowing the background, and so it's part of the story.
Okay, so they'll pay a premium for that.
Definitely.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Emma and you, let's say, how much is your material compared to conventional polyester, virgin polyester?
We do tend to be higher because we have a fragmented supply chain. The conventional polyester manufacturers have this very sort of easy vertical supply chain, whereas we're collecting the plastic, we're recycling it, we're turning it into textiles. So that does raise the cost. So our issue really, quite often, the CEO of a company, be it a Unilever or a very small company, they're often very invested in this, and they want the story. They want to be able to tell their consumers and their shareholders that they're making their uniforms in a sustainable manner, and that's great. But then when it gets to procurement, They say no. No. We're not paying $1 more.
Bottom line.
We're not paying $1 more for this T-shirt that we've been buying for years. So we have to really try and engage multiple departments. So we get the CEO buy-in or the C-suite buy-in, but then we have to really talk to the marketing team, the in-house sustainability team, so that they can really understand the story and discuss that with the procurement team who say no. And that is really important. And there are consumers, as you've all mentioned, who are looking for companies. We're working with Rove, actually, who are part of the Extreme team, and they are a fantastically green hotel, and they buy their uniforms from us, and they can tell their customers that they're using plastic, they're recycling it, and they're making their uniforms. They're doing a circular economy. And that's a really important story for shareholders and for customers who are looking for these companies that are doing something green. It's not greenwashing. We can provide an impact report to say, for every 100 T-shirts that you make for your staff, you're saving this much CO2. To your point, we have to show what that looks like. But this much water, this much energy, this much oil. And that is important, again, for not just necessarily the customer coming, but the shareholders who are saying, oh, but you're spending more. Why are you spending more? And you need to be able to say, but this is our impact report, and this is the difference we're making to the planet. And that's really how we try and get around that.
Thank you very much. And Manny, what about you? I mean, I don't know exactly what your items cost, but how do you convince a customer to spend that bit more?
Well, first of all, we have a program. It's called R3, Recycle, Repurpose, Reprogram. And also, we're empowering our community. We want to be able to support our community with fair living wages. We want to be able to embrace that, and also with all the different brands and distributors and other organizations that we partner with. So telling the story behind our clothing, like our clothing has functionality behind it. We're recycling, we're empowering our community. We have technology involved in it. These are all the different ways that we like to show our price points, and it's displayed in the garments. And so part of telling that story is showing you the person that's making it, that's sitting there at the sewing machine, the mom, the pops, showing their family, showing our actual community, the people that's putting the blood, sweat, and tears behind it. The processes that we go through sometimes when we're partnering with companies to do natural dyeing processes. The processes that we go through when we're cutting our actual fabrics. And I may show you a little later that all of our hats have, they're sustainably made. And then kind of like what she was saying, now our new thing is embedding that into a QR code, so now that can actually be traced and monitored. So these are all the ways that we embrace what our price points is. And we want people to understand, when you buy a piece from Thread House, you're actually supporting the sustainable movement, because we say you'll eliminate 3 to 5 pieces out of your wardrobe. So when you have a suit that's sustainably made, it's also able to reverse and also convert into a bag. You have to eliminate how many pieces that are going to be going out of your wardrobe. And this is how we like to explain our clothing, but you can see that.
It reminds me of what you're saying is a little bit like, in the old days when you used to buy antiques, you'd get the provenance of an antique, like who owned it, where would if it was a piece of art, where it had been exhibited, etc., etc. And I think what we're seeing with technology, and is certainly a white paper I authored, which was about the use of technology and driving sustainability, is the future is, when you think about clothing, it's something you do every day, why is it that today, most of the time, all you can do is look at a label, which is printed in like 10 languages in the tiniest text, and expect a customer to understand what, like 85% rayon and this much viscose, it seems so backward. But what you guys are doing, and I know Tanya enables this as well, is embedding technologies such as QR or RFID, radio frequency, or NFC chips, which are the things that allow us to use our phone to pay for things or tap in the subway. You're using that to show the circularity, is that right? And to help the brand take co-custodianship with their consumer, so then you're all involved in the circular journey, is that right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I'd love to hear, Manny, how does that help the customer that you've deployed that? Because I know Tanya can speak to that, because she does that in the back end, but let's hear what your customer feels about engaging with technology to get, is that a portal into the world of that piece of clothing?
Well, first of all, it's an educational opportunity, because a lot of customers do not understand it quite yet. And we are learning ourselves. And I think the most important thing is to let people understand how how technology is catching up to us. So the way that people feel, they like the fact that they can actually verify their clothing, but also they're a little, people are a little bit hesitant about it as well. So by them understanding a little bit more about hearing other, I guess you can say, like blueprint around what technology and what's out there, they're getting more abreast to it and more appropriated with it. But what I really love to do is educate people and show them the use cases of it. And when they actually get a chance to see the benefit behind it, they're like, oh, and guess what? You already got this technology in your phone. You're already using this in your homes. These are things that you already are using. Now we're just implementing it in another way to actually put it into your clothing.
It's so empowering. Tanya, do you want to tell us how that works in your company? Because I know you take a lot of data, but then you find a way to help the customer disseminate and understand that. Tell us about how that works for you. And it's the future. I think what you guys are doing is the future, that interplay of technology and driving circularity. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we love data. We thrive on data. But what I loved about Manny's project is how he humanizes it. And I wanted to give you a hug when you actually were talking about the mom and pops engagement. And it was so, so great. And this is the future. Like, brands do not really know yet a huge amount of opportunity, how that QR code can be used. For them, it's a cost. It's a whip that is coming on the legislation. It's that stick, and they're thinking about the cost of non-compliance and what they're going to do. And really, for us, and I know I'm a hopeless optimist, but for us, it's nothing but an opportunity to engage with the consumer and to make their jobs easier, their life easier. Instead of reading through the War and Peace text of that label that you just mentioned, actually just, scanning the code, understand what this garment's all about. And instead of her going on the, Google stuff about it and what those care labels even mean, and then, okay, so it's wool, okay, so, just get rid of that thinking. Get rid of that thinking. And AI is being great, and we are, implementing a couple of AI elements in that where, the job of a consumer would be just eliminated entirely. You just, through that QR code, you're able to do anything that is locally available, but filtered for sustainability. And for example, if you are using dry cleaner, so for a lot of the people, what is dry cleaning? It's boring. I'm just going to my guy next door. But then very few people know that the guy next door uses percoline. And
that's toxic.
It's extremely toxic. This is stuff that destroys your jackets, makes them stinky, and 4 dry cleans, and you can get rid of your jacket, and that's what usually happens. Our dry cleaners are filtered. We do not work with those who are using percoline solutions. We specifically sign agreements with companies that are either silicone or anything else.
Yeah.
So it's that sort of consumer doesn't even need to understand that, but they need to emotionally connect with it.
Right,
and this is our next challenge. So we have all the data. We algorithmically connect that garment, that consumer, do all the magic, do all the whispering and the cooking so that you get the best experience with the best providers. But our next challenge is really how to humanize that. How to connect the mom and pops, and that is, I feel, would be the next thing in this technology space.
Building on that, I wanted to come to Coco next, because I know that you're starting to work out how you can deploy that kind of technology and innovation to help understand.
Yes,
consumers
exactly.
to understand how.
Well, first we used RFID tag on all of our garments.
And what does that mean for those who
an RFID tag is not a new technology, something that's been around for a very long time, but it's a new technology used in fashion. It's essentially a little chip. It's like that big. It's like half a finger, literally. We put it in a label. What does that do from a logistics standpoint? How we centralize our logistics is exactly where your garment is, how many usage it's been through. It's very interesting from a data collection standpoint, but now we're also using it to store stories. And I think what is super interesting about stories is, look, we're all human beings, we're all emotional beings. We get attached to things, we put emotions, we're driven often by our emotions. And it's the same thing for clothes. And I think when you look at clothes, there are two types of equities. One, there's the emotional equity, which is very interesting to leverage to change consumer behavior, because from that piece of clothes has been worn 5 times, it's not new. You can actually say, well, yes, it has been worn 5 times, but it has also gone onto a journey. I'm wearing a suit.
Yes, tell us about this.
But it's my suit that I put on Cirque platform. It literally has been worn by an influencer to go to an award. It's been worn by Rachel Arthur to give her keynote at the UN. It's been worn by a man at Ascot for the Ascot campaign. So it has been worn by so many people, men and women. I absolutely love that fact. And now it's on stage at COP.
So it's basically like if these garments could speak, right? And they can't, but they can still tell you their story through technology.
Exactly.
And that becomes a reason to engage with them.
Definitely, and I think drives us to the second type of equity, which is the financial equity, right? Coming back to what you were saying earlier about, should we pay more for sustainable garments? For us, it's a bit different because we're a service. But I think sometime when you look at the economy of rental, it's easy to say, well, so let's take an example. If the dress Tanya is wearing is about £1,000, if you were to rent it for 4 days, it's £100. It's a fraction of the retail price. It's absolutely worth it. It's easy calculation if you're actually going to wear the piece less than 10 times. Because if you look at the cost per wear, then above 10 times you might actually invest in the piece, and especially if it's second hand, the chances are you're only going to pay 600 out of the 1,000. So I think it's just looking at fashion like an asset. We own a lot of things. We look at jewelry and watches, high commodities, same thing with cars and boats, but why don't we actually look at our closet through an asset manager lens? When you start renting and reselling, you can make money through your clothes, you invest differently, and you can also then afford investing in brands that might be a little bit more expensive, but that is also reflecting on the quality.
Brilliant. It's so interesting hearing like what it's actually like in reality, how these things actually play out. And I think we're going to kind of coming close-ish to the end. And what I'd love to hear from all of you is, because most of you, I think, are here wearing things that are directly associated with your business. So I'd love to hear from each of you the step-by-step. So the item that you've got, what was its journey? Where did it come from? Who made it? What happened? Where are the entry points where circularity and these brilliant innovations have taken place? So that anyone who's watching will be then inspired to just maybe save a bit more, wait a bit, and then invest that little bit more in something that has this magic built into it. Susie, do you want to start?
Yeah, so this is my Hot Rocks collection, which is made, all starts life as an X-ray, like an old X-ray from the NHS, or veterinary X-rays as well, with some forward-thinking action from refiners called Betts Metals in the UK. They are able to extract the silver, and we actually have a video at the end of the whole process. And so then they refine it, and then I use the lost wax casting process to take the form of a natural crystal and then form it in solid silver, and then I use a nano ceramic coating, which is just pop of colour on top. And this is actually through Le Maison Couture, which is all about ethical jewellery brands, is actually being sold in Selfridges now in the UK.
Wow.
So you're taking one industry's waste and creating something beautiful.
Fantastic. Well, we might finish with your video, maybe one other little surprise we've got, but remind me. Emma, tell us about the whole journey of what you're wearing.
The long journey. So to your point, Manny, education is really key, and we do a lot of outreach with schools and businesses, and we try and encourage people to learn about sustainability, and not just recycling, but that's really important. And we work with many, many schools, and we encourage the children to bring plastic in from home, but also at the schools. There is no actual garment industry here in the UAE, and we are also not allowed to commercially dye here because of the way the water treatment works. So what we do is we work with a factory, a local factory in Pakistan, who run our Simply Bottles program with their schools. They employ 11,000 people. They have they're the biggest employer of women in South Punjab, and they pay completely equal wages, and they also have 4 schools which the children of the women working there go to. So we really try and make sure that we're collecting that plastic post-consumer, and they convert. They can then use the flake and make the fibre.
So the plastic goes then into chips, or
exactly.
becomes like little bits of cereal almost, right?
Yeah, like little flakes, and then the flake is extruded.
Right.
And once it's extruded, it looks like a very fluffy. It's like filler, like you'd get in maybe a pillow or something. Once you have the fibre, it can then be spun into our green spun yarn, which is a trademark yarn. And the reason we trademarked it was because we want to stand for high quality. So if you're looking for a high quality stretchy fabric, you might ask for lycra, and if you're looking for a trademarked high quality performance garment, you might look for something like my mind is Polartec, thank you.
Yeah.
So trademark yarns are important. But anyway, so yeah, we make sure that the factory is using the post-consumer. It's spun into recycled polyester. And then what we do is we bring fabric back into the UAE and work with factories here in Ajman, where we can put on the Made in UAE label as well, and make sure that we're giving a boost to the local economy here. And yeah, we, as I say, made the COP uniforms, the Extreme Hangout uniforms. And, yeah.
It's amazing because until you know that, you see that garment you're wearing through a whole new lens. Don't you? It's amazing. And Coco, give us an example of the kind of the journey for your customers. Obviously, you don't make products, but you rent them and buy them secondhand from you. So what's the journey like?
So I've talked about this suit, which essentially would be for us coming from a peer, but we are a hybrid model, so we work also with brands. I'm sorry, Tanya, I feel I'm going to steal your story.
Go for it.
So Tanya is wearing a dress from Roxenda, which is one of our brand partner. We work with both individuals and brands, individuals to optimize their inventory, or should I say their closet, actually, and brands to optimize their end-of-line inventories. The way it works, again, the idea is to make it super easy. So we do collection, we do all of the quality control, we even fix if it's a minor repair. We don't touch if it's a big alternation. We work with people like Tanya. And then essentially the garment is ready to be rented. It's right in storage, in our storage room, and goes out when you need it.
And then it comes back, and then
exactly, and then it comes back, and it's all over again. Quality control, cleaning, small amount of repair if he needs it, and then it goes back. We really take care of the entire logistic chain.
Brilliant. Wow. And Tanya, tell us.
I can add to that story. So this is Roxanda dress, and Roxanda is a British designer who is very, very careful about selecting materials that she's using. She runs life cycle analysis of her garments and traces where the material is coming from. And she's just the type of person who makes her stuff stand out, right? I mean, if nobody notices me here, I'm probably blind, right? It's something that is so Instagrammable as well and sustainable at the same time, and available through cercle.uk. I'll pass it on.
And Manny, tell us, I want to hear, we heard quite a lot about what goes on, but I want to just kind of take me into your workrooms, take me into the atelier, take me into what goes on under the bonnet at Thread House.
Well, first of all, it wouldn't none of this be possible without some of the amazing people that I work with back home, and actually being able to take some of the crazy ideas out of my head and bring it back to life. What's really, really exciting and cool is seeing the process of, one of our hats, right? And just seeing the style, the story. This is actually made from upholstery fabric that was all donated, each hand cut, and I like everything to have multifunctionality, so it's reversible. So something simple like this, right? We cut so much stuff that hits the floor of our cut houses or our waste houses.
That's in LA, right?
That's in Los Angeles. And this is what's so beautiful is when it hits the floor, it's ours. So I go and collect bags and bags and stuff from different people all over the city of waste, and then I turn around and make beautiful hats like this. Now this hat retails for about $125, but you have 2 hats in one. Another thing that's really cool is, like I said, everything that we do is around functionality, and so one of the things.
Great.
Can I try a hat? Take my suit off. Hold on. But what's important is it's reversible suit, and it's all everything we do is gender neutral. So a female, male, whoever, if you love it, you can wear it. Another thing that's really cool is the functionality. Oh, okay, thank you. So the functionality of our clothing, right? So as you can see, it's a reversible suit, but it converts into a bag. And we have several different bags, but I'll just show you this one.
Oh, wow. Magic.
Yes, brilliant.
Bag.
Gift I keep from the giving.
I think we've still got the microphone.
Look at that.
Oh,
I think a round of applause for this. It's brilliant.
Thank you, thank
Well
you.
done.
So
Thank you so much.
that's sustainability right in front of you. That's circularity, you know, from top to bottom. And this suit was actually made from water damaged material. So we was able to make about 25 of these suits. And I love mine, so I kept mine. It's been through a lot. But this is what it is that we love to do. And it, like I said, it wouldn't happen without partners with brands like that's doing other things that's in the sustainability community that has their hand on the pulse. And there's so many amazing brands that's in Los Angeles that's doing certain things that we get a chance to partner with. And that's why we say we're creating a global ecosystem, because now there are brands all over the world that's doing these amazing things. And it's so amazing to hear how aligned we are. So thank you.
Thank you, Manny. And knowing that you have this technology embedded, I think, Tanya, you might have a surprise for us about showing how that technology works.
Yes.
Anastasia, is she here? So if everyone can give us a second, we're going to show you what the future of getting dressed is going to look like. Now, we can't all, unfortunately, go to the office or the supermarket like this, or perhaps we can and perhaps we should. But we thought it would be nice to have something something stand out to show you the, thank you, Anastasia. Do you want to come and show us how, Tanya, show us how this technology works then, because there's a QR code, is that right?
There is. So this is Patrick McDowell's piece, who is the designer in the United Kingdom. We have partnered with them for London Fashion Week this year in September. And what we've done, we've quantified environmental impact, thank you so much, of every single garment in their collection this year, this season. And
through like a life cycle analysis, looking
life
at emissions,
cycle analysis.
the energy, the materials, the labor, all that, right?
Exactly, thank you very much. So Patrick is very good at working only with sustainable materials, whether it's dead stock or tencel, very low carbon, low water intensive material. And this particular, you might not recognize this, but this is actually a holder, an upcycled holder of a ballet dress. So they partnered with the Rambert Ballet School, and the holder was made in a dress. Now, that data that we took from the Patrick on all the materials and where they come from and what type of transport has been used to bring them to the UK, etc., and it all went into the QR code. And I'd love to pass it around, but maybe we'll do it after the talk. You can scan it and then see the entire story of this piece, put it into the human perspective. And then if you want to buy a care product or book a dry cleaner for this garment locally, you can do it there on spot as well. And it's pretty much what we've done for the entire collection. And yeah, it's been fantastic. We only hope that more brands will adopt this approach.
And they will. Well, the EU legislation for digital product passports.
Exactly.
So for anyone watching, I invite you all to come back to our workshop area over there afterwards and try scanning Manny's clothes, try scanning this QR code, and see what it's like to be able to take co-custodianship of your fashion and to feel empowered by that data. I think with that, we're probably almost at time.
Should we do the video?
Yes,
No?
exactly. I wanted just to close out by saying that what's really interesting about this is circularity is quite a lofty concept, but when you look at it, what it takes is such extraordinary multi-sector collaboration. So whether it's someone who's been at Bloomberg and is a tech expert bringing that to fashion, whether it's Coco with all her experience and bringing technology and building a digital ecosystem of consumers, whether it's Manny taking dead stock materials plus technology. Emma is working with the plastics industry and schools. And last but not least, we've got one that melts my heart so much as well as melts silver is a luxury jewelry brand that's working with the NHS. So with that, I think that we're here to think about the health of our planet and the health of our people. And so I'd like to finish this session with a short video about the process by which Susie's jewelry gets made, and for that to become something that everyone can think about in terms of how we can all collaborate by listening to other people, other sides, other industries, and not actually going against people if we think that they don't speak our language, because actually sometimes the magic is in bringing together two very opposing or different voices and sets of expertise. So with that, could we play the film, please?
Yeah.
We are really excited to launch Again Silver. Again Silver is silver recycled specifically from medical X-ray film and refined in total segregation from any other material. Hospitals all over the country and the world are storing film well beyond the retention date that they have to keep it, and that costs trusts a great deal of money over time. What we allow them to do is recycle that X-ray film and receive the monetary value of the silver that we recover.
Here at Kidderminster we have a fleet of 3 vans that go all around the country collecting X-ray films from hospitals to vets, where it's brought back to reclaim the silver out of.
Once here, the staff will then process the film by separating the wet film from the dry film in 2 separate bags which go into stillages. Once this has been done, all the paperwork will then get put into a blue bin where it is shredded so all data is totally destroyed.
Once the film's been separated from the paperwork, it goes through the granulators where it's chopped up into small pieces. Once it's been granulated, it goes through the solution called ferric, where it takes the lamination off the film, and it's taken out, rinsed, drained, and into the filter where it's pumped around the electric machine where it's plated to the cathodes. Once the silver is knocked off the cathodes, it's then melted, poured into bars.
Once the silver's been smelted, it goes up to our refinery in Buxton, where it goes through a segregated silver refining process.
Kidderminster produced for us an anode. This is a semi-refined product. We're able to take that anode and use it in our electrolysis bath to extract the fine silver. The process takes place in an electrolytic cell. The cell is designed to extract the fine silver from the contaminated silver anode. A DC current is passed through the anode through an electrolyte solution which contains silver, and the fine silver is plated out onto a cathode. At the end of a 24-hour period, the cathode is scraped off, the fine silver is collected, it's washed again, dried, and then is taken down to the factory where it's granulated.
We can then turn that fine silver into whatever products our customers require, be it grain, sheet, wire, or wedding rings.
As a jeweler that's striving to be as sustainable as possible, and the fact that it's silver refined from medical X-ray film that is now being used in the jewellery that I'm making is so exciting.
With Again Silver, what we're doing is we're recycling a product that was previously going to landfill, and we're giving customers absolute confidence about that material. One of our main focuses is obviously on material provenance and on recycling, and it's about how we can develop those processes and that transparency within the trade to take things further forward.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, they're very forward-thinking, I think. Yeah.
They really are. And if that isn't a case study for how not just fashion but other sectors should be operating, I don't know what is. So with that in mind, could I say a big round of applause and thank you to our panellists for such brilliant contribution and for coming all this way. Thank you very much indeed again. And please do go and see all this stuff in action back in the workshop area. Thank you.
There are some free repairs going on, guys. If you have a button that's fallen off, there's Anna who can repair it for you as well in the hub. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mary.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. Our next storyteller today, her name is Marine Tangay. She is already on stage with me. She launched a certified B Corporation MT Art Agency back in 2015, following a career in visual arts in London and Los Angeles. With her agency, Marine looks to support, promote, and enable artists to work with the broadest canvas possible. From public art to fine art institutions, Marine is a passionate advocate for the core of the artist and guides the public through a world flooded with visual noise and ensures artists are rightfully recognized and the spokespeople for the visual age. Let's please give her a warm round of applause and thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Marine Tanguy, and as you said, I'm the leading talent agency in the art world. We founded it 8 years ago. Today, I want us to reflect about the sheer amount of images we're being bombarded daily. From the minute you're literally stepping onto the morning and looking at your phone, up to you commuting to work, you'll be bombarded with imagery. And that will be through retailers, that will be through billboards, that will be digitally. And that imagery ultimately will affect you. And that imagery will be pushing you what we call the visual narrative of success, the aspirational lifestyle, the idea that you have to consume over and over again. And I am sure you're very familiar with it. The University of Warwick, led by Professor Andrew Oswald, looked across 900,000 people from 1980 to 2011, and they looked at their exposure specifically of that imagery onto their well-being. And I'm sure you won't be surprised that the higher the exposure, the unhappier they were becoming. Now, if you put in parallel that 84% of our youth is crippled by eco-anxiety, and you put the two side by side, not only is ultimately this consumption visual narrative pushing us to destroy our planets and overtly consume, but it's also making us feel really miserable. Today I'm going to look at how did we get there from an art historical standpoint. Second, ultimately, how is the climate change crisis narrating itself, and how can we ultimately learn to shift it? Maybe you're familiar with these paintings. They were incredibly popular from the 15th to the 20th century. They are called vanitas paintings. And vanitas painting says it all. That is what you should be acquiring, and you're defined by the objects you acquire. That is your self-worth, that is your status, that is ultimately who you are through those objects. And that is one of the most popular art forms. And this started our idea that we could only realize ourselves through the objects that we owned. And we have a pretty similar relationship with nature. So if you look at the paintings of Poussin, we see nature as this pretty fantasy, this pretty backdrop that we must control and own, and ultimately that we desire to be perfect and ideal. And Poussin was painting this perfectly. The problem, as we all know, that's another Poussin that I love. The problem, as we all know, is nature doesn't really behave like a pretty backdrop. And came the 19th century, the Romantic heroes, with this amazing painting by Caspar David Friedrich. And you saw here the man facing the immensity, the monstrosity of nature. It's too big, and it's much bigger than him. He can't own it, he can't control it, he can't be self-defined by it. And you see another painting called The Shipwreck by Turner. Maybe you will know Turner. He's a British artist of the 19th century as well. And here you have it all, where in the 19th century, the Navy was what was most progressive about the British Empire. And yet here, nature just destroyed it in 2 seconds. And he can't handle it. It's too much. Nature is destroying the lifestyle, the progress, the visual narrative that self-defines us. How do we ultimately find all these elements today when defining the climate change crisis? This polar bear, and I'm so sorry that I have to project this, but this polar bear was the front cover of the Time magazine back in 2006, with a key title said, "Be worried, be very worried." I coined the term in my book, porn sadness. You're literally, as you're looking at that image, are feeling sick, triggered emotionally, and almost frozen to action. You cannot act because it's so overwhelming. So quickly, when it came to the climate change crisis, media reporters understood that they had to integrate our lifestyle into it. They had to go back to what we just discussed earlier and to make us feel more directly concerned, because being frozen with emotions all the while you might be shocked doesn't actually lead to any course of action. Maybe you remember this photograph this year from January in California. When we think of California, what's most aspirational about California is that house overlooking the sea with that swimming pool. That swimming pool here is just holding on for his dear life on the top of the cliff as the storm has destroyed all of it. That's a symbol of your Californian dream that's just gone. And what's really interesting as well in terms of the headlines, they specifically pick up on the symbol. That symbol, again, of that strong visual narrative that holds a Californian dream. And I'm sure you can recognize some of the shipwreck of Turner into those images, into the way it's shot. And then again, Florida on the 13th of April this year again. When we think of those cars who you see lifeless into the water, although probably can't see that much of the sun today, and you think about how key cars are for the American dreams. In the 1950s, 1960s, you were ultimately defined by the cars that you own, which ultimately meant that if you were to be promoted, if you were to get a new job, you will acquire a new car. And your advertising was really much reinforcing this. You were self-defined by the car you will ultimately drive, and here they are completely lifeless. And you've seen tons of those pictures that went viral because of the shock again it creates. That dynamic between what we own, what is aspirational, I'm sure on your way to here, you've already been bombarded by loads of images this morning of that aspirational visual narrative, and sustainability always feels back and forth with each other. And I think there's a social media clash between Greta Thunberg and Andrew Tate, the influencer, that was really interesting to look at for that specific reason. When Greta Thunberg was pushing a more sustainable lifestyle, he kept sending her private photos of private jets or fast cars or images of him on the private jets. And he is actually excelling at the visual narrative he's been sold since he's born. In fact, if you flick a magazine right now, Andrew Tate is much more similar to what you're going to be seeing in that magazine than Greta Thunberg. So he's thinking, I've excelled, I've done exactly what visually I was told, and this is what he's sending back at Greta, which I think is a really interesting clash. Oops, so sorry. And alongside, to go back to what we had just discussed with Poussin, so sorry, I just lost it, that's it. And to go back to what we just discussed with Poussin, alongside this narrative and this clash between nature and our aspirational lifestyle, we still have a very idealized nature. This image is made out of 2,200 images. It's actually a collage. It's one of the most viral images out of the National Geographic. And actually, this is totally made up. Like, he spent, Stephen Wilkes, the photographer, 26 hours to shoot it. And again, within those 2,200 images, then collage the ideal image that he has of nature. And I'm sure you will, that will remind you of the endless amount of social media posts that we have that are totally idealistic in the same nature, where we overtly idealize nature in the way that we had seen earlier. The problem with all the discourse I showed you today is that whether nature is a threat, whether it's idealized, it's ultimately not, we're not emotionally connecting. Those two are two extremes. We need new visual narratives. And I think art and artists are the perfect candidate to become and to shape that new visual narrative. Once again, as I'm sure you know, art is a key component in supporting our mental health. Art is also able to build common threads and common visual narrative. Let's just say you, instead of all the images you have looked at, you're starting your day with this photograph by Claire Loxton instead. She's retaking the core rhythm and foundation of nature, which is ultimately, you probably can't see very clearly, but as she's crying, you know, the blossom of the flowers comes out, which is one of the most basic things in terms of the seasons of nature. That after grieving will be the same, there is hope. But also, she's connecting as a human being to it. It's not a shock image. That will completely shift your priorities, but also your relationship with mental health if you were to start your day with an image like this. Same when it comes to this artwork. So you have to imagine it, that's about 3 meters long. This is all made of discarded objects. We just looked at the Vanitas painting. The Vanitas painting told you you can only realize yourself through what you acquire, just like the adverts we looked at earlier. Here, this is a total opposite. She's saying we've acquired way too much. The only way to realize ourselves is ultimately on how we're going to make use specifically of those objects. And again, how different will it be to start your day with an image like this? That will be very difficult to then run to Zara to buy your cheap top very quickly. This is reshaping entirely how you're thinking about the world you live in. Let's take another step back, which is 1 out of 2 of us will be living in cities by 2050. In cities, that's what we get most bombarded with, and you probably will have experienced it specifically in the city, where you're constantly bombarded with advertising. And if 1 out of 2 of us will be in cities, we are constantly being pushed the specific narrative that's going to get us to want to consume and to ultimately to want to buy endlessly and buy into this lifestyle. So let's say that instead of this amounts of commercial imagery, we had art instead. We had public art instead. You could be bypassing literally a park on your way to work, and that's a biodegradable paint that our artists did in Utah for the latest David Attenborough documentary. Or you could, again, be cycling past the office, and that's an artwork that our artist Robert Montgomery did with Little Sun. Or again, you could be continuing, and instead of the billboards, let's think of a Piccadilly Circus or Times Square. You could actually have a reflective surface instead of that billboard. Or an artwork that celebrates queer voices, like the one of Ada Nathaniel Furman. Just as you're looking at it, think how differently your day will be if you were to actually start the day with public art instead of advertising, constant advertising, thousands of imagery. So that's what we need your help. We need your help to push new regulations that will ultimately moderate the amounts of commercial imagery that we get exposed to. We also need your help to prove the important role that public art has to play within this dynamic. And finally, therefore, that the role that artists and art plays in redefining and rewriting a visual narrative. And if we do so well, then reality would ultimately look a lot more like the video I'm about to project to you, which is the past 1.5 years of projects that we've been doing as a company. And I hope you'll prefer that reality like I do too. Thank you so much.
Create engaging and meaningful experiences.
Cities are in our lifetime being growing like crazy, and we need to work out how we can make it an inspiring cultural environment.
Each individual's journey and story. It's more than just a picture on a canvas.
like to welcome you to Extreme Hangout. This afternoon, we've got the Latin American Youth Climate Scholarship Group talking to us about loss and damage, a perspective of youth from territories around the world, where youth will share specific experiences of loss and damage in their communities and territories, and how youth are coping with them. It will also discuss what the new Loss and Damage Fund means for these communities. First of all, I will introduce Pepe, who will be our moderator for today.
Aê!
Vai.
Sorry.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Pepe. I'm from a small town in Mexico. It's called Mapastepec. It's in the frontier with Guatemala. So I'm really nervous about this panel actually because I have a pressure. But I'm going to introduce my colleagues. We are going to be speaking about the loss and damage and how this looks like in our territories and how we are addressing this. We know, and we are going to discuss too, and what is the Loss and Damage Fund, and what that implies for us. So first of all, we have Dani Silva from the Amazonian. Dani, can you come to the stage and you can introduce yourself?
É que eu não ouvi o que ele disse. Mas eu sou Daniela Silva, eu venho da região da Amazônia brasileira e vai ser bem importante estar aqui compartilhando um pouco da minha perspectiva enquanto comunidade sobre perdas e danos.
My name is Dani Silva. I'm from the Brazilian Amazon, and it's going to be very important to be here sharing my perspective about loss and damage in my community.
Okay, and the other person that is going to be talking with us is Name Villa del Ángel from Mexico City. He is a social justice with disabilities.
Hello. This is actually, I didn't expect this, but Disha is throwing up in her Airbnb, so hello. I'm an activist of disability rights, and also I'm part of the People's Front of the Anahuac Basin and the assembly, the Popular Colleges Assembly. So, hello. Also, I negotiated as Mexico, but right now I'm not negotiating as Mexico, so I can actually say my opinion in loss and damage. I was during the negotiation, so I have a few things to say about the fund.
So with these all perspectives, we hope that we can give it an insight in what's happened with this. So let's sit. Dami, you want to sit? Okay. So for the discussion that we want to have, I think that the first question is like, what does loss and damage look like in your community and our territory? And this will be good that how is the context of loss and damage, because the concept of loss and damage is going to change, depends of the region, depends of the communities, because we are not in the same place. It's different, and that is something that we need to bring to the table. So, for example, talking about my community, it's important that the loss and damage looks like is on migration and how people is displacing for their communities from their homes and how address this. But Dani, you can tell us more about what's happening in your territory, how loss and damage look like in your territory.
Então, quando a gente começou a acompanhar esse tópico de perdas e danos, eu acho que meu primeiro questionamento foi de que perdas e danos estão falando, né? Porque a gente, na minha região, infelizmente, a gente vivencia as perdas e os danos que são provocados por grandes projetos de infraestrutura. A exemplo, eu trago aqui o exemplo da hidrelétrica de Belo Monte, que foi construído no Rio Xingu, na Amazônia.
I'd like to start here by saying when we start talking about loss and damages, when I started following loss and damages, the first question I asked was, what loss and damages are we talking about? Because in my region, we experience the loss and damage caused by large infrastructure constructions, as for example, Belo Monte, the hydro plant.
Que provoca impactos materiais e imateriais na vida de pessoas ribeirinhas, indígenas, populações da floresta como todo, extrativistas. Porque uma coisa que a gente não tem percebido nessas negociações é que não se coloca a responsabilização das perdas e os danos nas empresas e também nos governos, né? Por exemplo, foi detectado através de um estudo da Universidade da USP, Universidade Federal, em parceria com outras universidades internacionais, que a usina hidrelétrica de Belo Monte, ela contribuiu no aquecimento de até 3 vezes mais na emissão de gases de efeito estufa. Então, é preciso também levar em consideração isso.
We need to have in mind that these kind of projects, they cause any material impacts. For example, in our region, we have a riverside and indigenous people, also forest peoples, and we don't see the negative impacts on the companies and the responsabilization of loss and damages for companies and the government. For example, there is a study by the Federal University of São Paulo in partnership with international universities showing that the Belo Monte hydroelectric caused 3 times more emissions of greenhouse gas.
Então, e os impactos, eles não são impactos que para a gente é possível de recompor. Porque quando se instala um grande empreendimento, provoca várias consequências. Uma delas é a própria desterritorialização, ou seja, as pessoas antes tinham um lugar, uma morada, perto do rio, das florestas, e elas são empurradas para o que a gente chama no Brasil de periferias. E lá nessas periferias, elas acabam sendo consideradas pobres. Porque quando chegam essas propostas, eles dizem o seguinte: vamos trazer um grande empreendimento para melhorar, para desenvolver, com a proposta de desenvolvimento. Só que essa ideia de desenvolvimento, para nós, não é a ideia que cabe a gente. Porque a gente acredita que esse desenvolvimento ele empobrece as pessoas. Porque quando você sai da beira do rio e vai para uma periferia, você deixa de garantir a sua autossuficiência, por exemplo, no pescado. Quando você sai de uma ilha, você deixa de plantar. Então, você vai ter que ter o dinheiro para comprar coisas que você não precisava comprar.
For us, these impacts are impossible to recover because they install these large enterprises near properties, causing deterritorialization. They have the enterprises near forests and our rivers where our houses are. So we are taken to the periphery, what we call in Brazil the periphery. That is the surrounding areas of the city. And there we are considered poor because the enterprise, when they settle in the locations we are, is with the excuse of development, with this idea of development that does not mean anything for us. These get people poor because we are now not self-sufficient anymore. We cannot plant, we cannot fish, we cannot make a living. Therefore, we need money. Money to buy things we didn't need to buy before.
Okay, so well, Dani gave us like this explain on what's happened in in her community, and I think that this is the question. This question wants to try to expand the concept of loss and damage. So, now with Name, that is from Mexico City. Mexico City in Mexico is one of the development cities in all the country, but also at the same time is with many inequality, and we have peoples originally from there, local communities in Mexico City. So NAMI is fighting about this. So NAMI, what is the concept of loss and damage from this big city?
Yeah. Well, yeah. First of all, in Mexico City, we call Mexico City Ciudad Monstruo, like a monster city, because it's like this giant monster with more than 21 million people living there, and it's a very, very, very the inequity is very, very strong in the sense that, for example, the center of the city is commonly established as a very safe place. Supposedly, it's like by the politicians in the discourses, they say that it's one of the safest places in the whole Latin America and so on. But at the same time, the periphery is very, very the levels of violence in the periphery of Mexico City are like very, very strong. And for example, in the state of Mexico and in the periphery all around the Mexico City, we have one of the highest rates of feminicides and of LGBT killings all around the world, you know? So right now, Mexico is the second place with the most cases of killings of trans people, and also there's 11 feminicides per day in Mexico, you know? So in that context, and in a context also, because if it is like so big, we have like a lot of problems with water scarcity, you know? And it's like very ridiculous because sometimes there's like this place in the city that doesn't have water, and like half of the year it doesn't have water, but at the same time, like 10 minutes from there, there's like a rich neighborhood, you know, that always has water, and they build like this, for example, Mitica, which is like, Mitica, they build in an indigenous community, because in Mexico City there are more than 180 indigenous communities inside Mexico City, you know? Because again, it's a monster. So it ate like a lot of the territory of the center of Mexico. So in Joco, which is an indigenous place, an indigenous territory, they decided to build this Mitica Tower, which is the highest tower in the whole country, you know? And while creating this tower, they like all the water of that region, of that territory, of the Joco, of the Pueblo de Joco. Right now, all the people of the Pueblo de Joco right now doesn't have water, but Mitica Tower is like it literally has like their own resources of water, you know. And in that context, and in a context of internal displacement, for example, I was displaced like a lot of times in my life. I was evicted 2 times because that's like the common way of living in the city if you are not like a rich person, you know. Right now, there is a context of militarization and a context of police brutality and a context of oppression against the social movements. Again, For example, uh, working with the People's Front of Anahuac Basin, which is this front of more than 50 communities in Mexico City, we have been struggling with police brutality like a lot of times only this year, you know. Just like 2 months ago, we were, how do you say, encapsulados, like the police, like they beat us like for 6 hours, you know, like 2 months ago because we went to protest to a government building, you know. And there is a context of militarization that is not a problem only in Mexico City, but in Mexico in general, in which, for example, the climate change, you know, the climate change resources, like for mitigation and adaptation, half of those resources are going directly to the military, you know, in Mexico. And it's actually a lie because it's not going to adaptation and mitigation, but it's actually going to try to reestablish sovereignty, security power of the government that has been eroded for the last decades because of the war, or because Mexico, we have a war that has been like for 15 years, we have a 500,000 people victims, you know, and in that context, the way that the government has tried to regain the power is via militarization. So there's a lot of migration, and in loss and damage, we can, for example, look at how it's been going in Acapulco, what happened in Acapulco like a month ago. There was this big hurricane, phase 5, Otis, in which, as it happened, the first thing that the government did was to call the military. And what before, you know, the help, for example, in the earthquake that happened in 2017 in Mexico City, most of the help was created by civil society, you know, by the people. But like just a few weeks after the earthquake, what happened was like a lot of it politicized like very fast, because why the government isn't doing anything, you know? People were very angry, so the government like oppressed and destroyed like a lot of the places that were organizing about the earthquake. And now in 2023, when happened the hurricane in Acapulco, the first thing that happened is that the civil society was repressed. For example, we didn't have like access to go to Acapulco to help, but the military like took all the organizing all around in Acapulco, supposedly to help the people, but actually what it did first of all was to repress the people in Acapulco because there were riots. There were like the day after the hurricane, there were riots and there were like protests, and the first thing that the military did was to try to stop that, you know. So in a context of militarization and a context of militarization sold as if it was like climate change adaptation and mitigation, and right now loss and damage, what is happening right now is that the loss and damage of Otis and the loss of and damage of the water scarcity in Mexico City and in other places of the country, for example in Chihuahua, which also they also have like a lot of problems with water scarcity, or Monterrey. What is happening is that it's being established military policies and extractivist and you know, imperialist at the end of the day, because a lot of this is just helping like what we call in Mexico City Ciudad Mercancía, which is like the capitalism established as a way of understanding the territory, but in other places of the country, it can be established as imperialist and capitalism in general, extractivism. So yeah.
Okay, so well, I think that we already have some perspectives about how looks loss and damage from Brazil, from Mexico City. So I can give you a little bit more about what's happened or how loss and damage looks like in the frontier with Guatemala. And I think that many of people, well, at least in me, when I think about my community, I think also in Central America. Because culturally, the people in Chiapas, the state in the south of Mexico, culturally and historically, had more in common with Central America, with Guatemala, than with Mexico City.
Mhm.
It that brought us with that bring up trouble in the sense and how the inequality the is looks like in this part of Mexico. Um, the loss and damage when the people talk about loss and damage always say, well, is the damage is when you lost your home, when you lost your car in the hurricane, and but that can be paid and somehow the government can say, okay, but this is we can pay this as that you lost. And when we talk is about losses, when we talking about life. But there's something that really hurt me so much when we are in that room of negotiations and they're talking about, okay, how we're going to pay or how you supposed to pay for the identities. That is where I think that is not talking inside the conversation of loss and damage. Because loss and damage is more than that. Loss and damage is more than just economic losses. It's more than that. Loss and damage is also when a community is losing their homes, is losing the lands, and with that you losing their identities and the culture of that places. In my community, I really feel very proud and how my grandma is telling me all these stories of my community that was created in this way. If we have this mountain, it's because this happened in the story, in the myth, in the legends. But every time that a drought comes and that drums caused that people had to migrate to another places with more resources. When the hurricane erased one community and need to leave that places, many people is also leaving their culture, is also leaving their identities. And how suppose you're going to be in that compensation? I'm sorry, but I can put a price to my identity. I can put a price to my culture. So I think that in the loss and damage conversation, we need to talk about that too, and how we are going to lose our cultures, and how supposed going to be that reparation. Because I, in my mind, is always thinking about that. How to bring that conversation to the negotiations and saying, this is the debt that you have with me in my community. But I can't give it a blank check and they sign in this is $1 million for your identity. It's not enough. It's impossible to put a price on this. So I don't know how you're thinking about it. How you think, guys, Daniela, how you think that the culture and the identity can be repaired? And I don't know how the other people is thinking about too. And okay, so for the last question, for the next question is, what is the implication of loss and damage fund for us? And not only that, because we went right to the COP, we wasn't expecting that the loss and damage funds was approved the first day. Really, that was a bomb for us. That okay, like we start like really strong here the negotiations, and then we are also finished the negotiations, and we are like this, like nothing is happened, that we don't know what is going to happen with the fund, but actually we know that it's never enough. Um, but what implies the loss and damage fund approved the first day for our communities, for us? I think that we are going to have a good conversation with this because Lami is inside of that. Um, Lami, you want to start about what is the loss and damage fund?
Oh, the
looks
loss
like?
and damage fund? Yeah. So the loss and damage fund. The first that we need to have in context is the loss and damage fund was a struggle. For decades, people try to push for the existence of a loss and damage fund. But this happened in the context of a neoliberal system in the whole world in which the debt and the financial institutions and the international law system has been designed constantly for the interest of the imperialist system, you know, for the interest of the US, for the interest of the international monetary system, for the interest of the World Bank. So in that context, for decades, we tried to push for a loss and damage fund, but at the end, what happened is, in my perspective, that the loss and damage fund that has been approved this year is just a new neocolonial institution in which to perpetrate, you know, the colonial system, you know. So there's a lot of things that the loss and damage fund has that are like very deep troubles, you know. In first of all, it doesn't have like a human rights perspective, you know. It mentions human rights like at the beginning, but it doesn't mention it in the mechanism, like in the legal mechanism that will be actually applied on the structure, you know. So when they just say it at the beginning, it's just if they say it like you know, like to try to make it confusing, because at the end of the day, the structure of the fund doesn't mention anything about how the human rights will be established in the fund, you know. The other thing that has the loss and damage fund is that it doesn't have like a lot of participation of the stakeholders or of the you know, the civil society. Supposedly, it was promised like 1 year ago that the board will have like representation, for example, of the indigenous communities, and it doesn't have any of that. And even in the context of the funds or institutions inside the World Bank, there has been institutions in which the board has representation of civil society. So this is not just like, oh, it was like the best that could be done in the context of the World Bank. Actually, it's a regressive fund, you know? It's like a step back, you know, in a lot of senses. Also, another thing, how they say it, the sense of the World Bank. The World Bank has been like this institution that for decades has established like certain policies, not only like loans, not only debt, but to give debt to the countries. Like it also has given a lot of, you know, neoliberal policies, like has obligated, you know, a lot of countries in the global south to push for neoliberal policies just so they can have some help, supposedly help, from the global north, you know. Also, the World Bank is an institution that has most of their political influence is actually the United States influence inside the World Bank, you know. So when we talk about the loss and damage fund right now, it's a loss and damage fund that if it stays as it is, even if it just has like 5 cents in their right now budget, you know, because, you know, the $17.5 million that the US gave, it's like 817 times less than what they gave just this month to military aid in Israel, you know? So it's not that much money. But even in that context, the present structure of the loss and damage fund is a neoliberal structure, is a neocolonial structure, and we need to push further. And it's very sad. It's very irritating. It's very horrible that the struggle that for decades a lot of people all around the world push for a just loss and damage fund, at the end, it's being like established as a greenwashing campaign and neocolonial campaign. But that's also why we need to support, for example, initiatives as the one that is pushing right now organization for example, let's see, the La Ruta del Clima, that right now is pushing for a letter to the Corte Iberoamericana, ¿cómo se dice?
An American court.
Yeah. They are saying that, oh, right now the Los Angeles Fund isn't actually supporting like human rights, so we need to establish in the courts, in the international courts, that the human rights will be supported even if the decisions by the climate negotiations are at the end neocolonial, you know? Yeah.
Thank you, Name. And now, Daniela, what means the Loss and Damage Fund for your community? Do you think it's enough?
Não, não é o suficiente, porque já começa muito com uma perspectiva, como o colega falou, você, uma perspectiva muito de mercado. Não coloca na centralidade do debate os direitos humanos. Aí eu amplio um pouco os direitos de não humanos, né? E aí, ainda conectado com a minha primeira fala, uma coisa que, quando eu cheguei na minha comunidade, falando para as lideranças sobre esse fundo de perdas e danos, a reflexão que elas fizeram comigo foi o seguinte: mas e aí, Dani? Eles não falam das perdas e os danos que são provocados pela mineração, pela hidrelétrica, porque o impacto que uma hidrelétrica traz da remoção, da mineração, da contaminação, ele está direcionado com esses desastres que estão acontecendo ao redor do mundo. Então, um sistema está conectado com o outro. Então, para a gente, ainda é algo relevante, mas está longe do ideal, né? Primeiro, porque não leva em consideração a ação humana que provoca, também ajuda a potencializar as perdas e os danos, tem como consequência esses desastres. E segundo, porque o que a gente perdeu, a gente não vai conseguir recuperar mais. E aí eu vou trazer aqui o impacto, uma coisa que ontem eu ouvi o ministro do STF, o Barroso, falar sobre justiça intergeracional. Uma coisa que está acontecendo muito na região amazônica é o impacto na vida das crianças e dos jovens. As crianças estão perdendo o direito, a oportunidade de vivenciar sua infância em seus territórios, ou seja, de brincar nos rios, de brincar dentro da floresta. Isso também precisa ser pautado, porque é uma coisa perigosa. Porque essa geração está se despertencendo, não está se sentindo de lugar nenhum. E quando você não se sente de lugar nenhum, é muito difícil você ter uma ambição climática, ser um campeão climático. Porque a gente só ama aquilo que a gente defende, aquilo que a gente conhece. E isso é uma perda significativa que ninguém está pautando. Então, as infâncias precisam ser escutadas e envolvidas nesse processo. Tá.
It's not enough. It all starts with the perspective of market for the Loss and Damage Fund. It is not centered on human rights, and it actually broadens non-human rights. When I got to my community and I told them about the Loss and Damage Fund, the first thing they asked was, but who is talking about this loss and damage caused by mining or hydroelectrics? What are they saying about these impacts, about the removal and the pollution? Everything is connected. So it is not ideal. It does not take into consideration human actions that potentialize the loss and damages. They cannot help us recover our losses. And I was thinking about one thing that the justice of the Brazilian Supreme Court said, Justice Barroso. He talked about intergenerational justice. It is justice for our kids. this generation cannot play outside, cannot understand what the river is or the forest. They have no connection to those. So this generation does not feel they belong. And if they don't feel they belong, they are not going to care about climate actions, because you can only defend what you love, you can only defend what you know. And this generation does not understand this.
Para complementar minha fala, porque uma coisa que a Antônia Mello fala, que é uma grande referência, é que dinheiro nenhum vai trazer de volta o que você perdeu, né? Na minha região, após esse impacto da hidrelétrica, a gente teve um grande aumento significativo de crianças e jovens que se suicidaram, de pessoas idosas que moraram uma vida toda na beira de um rio e que, quando foi empurrado para a cidade, não aguentou, faleceu. Isso é algo que é comprovado cientificamente. É uma equipe de psicólogos e psiquiatras da Universidade de São Paulo estiveram em Altamira, na minha região, num projeto chamado Refugiados de Belo Monte, e detectaram que as pessoas estavam passando por um processo de adoecimento humano, que tinha como consequência isso o suicídio, derrame e também envolvimento de jovens com facções criminosas, e também se dirigindo a uma outra fronteira, que é a fronteira do agronegócio. Ou seja, os jovens que estavam ali conectados com a floresta, eles são empurrados para a cidade sem perspectiva nenhuma e acabam sendo cooptados, sabe para quem? Para os fazendeiros, para os grileiros, porque eles vão oferecendo um emprego. Então, deixa de ter algo que a gente chama, a gente perde a nossa autossuficiência e acaba sendo levado por essa violação de direitos humanos. Então, o Fundo de Perdas e Danos tem que estar conectado com os direitos humanos, senão não tem muito encaminhamento positivo.
One thing that Antonia Mello, a reference for me, usually says is that money cannot bring back our losses. And the impact of hydroelectrics and on people like kids, the youth, is suicide, because it is proved by psychologists and psychiatrists that the elderly also cannot stand going back to the cities when they are removed from the communities they belonged by the riverbanks or by the forests. There is a phenomenon by psychologists and psychiatrists, and they studied in this project called Refugiados de Belo Monte, meaning Belo Monte refugees, that is called the human sickening phenomena. It involves suicide, strokes, and the youth moving towards criminal activities. The youth that was removed, once connected with forests, once connected with nature, is now moving towards agribusiness, because first they are removed towards cities, then the farmers and the agribusiness gather these people, and they are now responsible for their livelihoods. They need money to survive, so they move to agribusiness. And they are not self-sufficient anymore. Therefore, there are lots of human rights violations in this process. The Loss and Damage Fund cannot exist without human rights.
Yes, that's something that when the Loss and Damage Fund was celebrated and approved the first day, there's many organizations, also many American organizations that they are celebrating this fund, like with big party, and they say, yeah, we have it. And I was like, what we have? Like, why are you celebrating? You know, like for the local communities and the indigenous communities in the global south. At least I'm not talking. At least for my community, that doesn't mean nothing. It was an empty fund with no human perspective, without a clear mechanism, a direct access to this fund. And for example, another thing that I was really worried about it is because why it's so important that there's no interference from the government, and why we have this direct access from civil organizations in many countries, because there's many countries with laws against against diverse groups, diverse organizations that are working with LGBT things. And if these countries have laws against this, how suppose the LGBT people who are suffering loss and damage going to have the right to reparations? How we suppose the people, the trans people, the non-binary people, we are going to have the ways to recovery for the hurricanes, for the droughts, for the impacts of climate change? That was so important for us. And what's really disgusting and made me anger when I see all these global North organizations celebrated this fund. And then we say, well, global North countries are putting money in this fund. Yeah, but the United States only 17 millions. Sorry, but it's a joke. For us, it's a joke. In Mexico, we have a phrase. I don't know how to say in English. Really, I don't know how to do it. But it's not something nice. So I can't do it because I don't know how to say it in English. I tell you later. But really, what's a joke for us? It's not enough. 17 money in different, because there is money. Of course, there's money because they're putting money in the adaptation things or mitigation things in a technology that don't even exist, like capture carbon. What is that? So there's money, but they don't want to give the money to reparations. And actually, I think that, and this is, I hope end with this because we don't have more time, but I think that something that we are not talking about in loss and damage, in the context of loss and damage, is reparations. And I think that why many people from Global Door don't want to talk about reparations in loss and damage is because this can open a door in other conversations, like reparations to the Black community, reparations to indigenous community, reparations to these all communities that have the oppression for centuries, from since the colonization. So now, because we are living in a world that is dominated from America, so we need to shut up and say, yeah, let's accept this fund because we don't want to talk about these reparations. But let me tell you something. People from America Latina, people from Africa, people from Asia too, all these people, we have the right to reparations. And we're going to still asking and demand these reparations because we deserve it, because we need it. And we are going to be resisting all the time. So I hope that, I don't know if you want to add something more to this. Oh, we can close here if you have any question too. But that's all for me. So we open the floor to questions. We have like 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes. Someone? No?
Yeah, I'd like to ask, like, all of you if you can answer, especially from like your what's the panorama that you see? Because you mentioned that we need to keep fighting, that we need to still have hope. How can like the youth that's also here demanding like reparations for loss and damages can keep having this strength, and what would be like your next dream and steps to take?
Yeah, well, I want to remember Franz Fanon and what he said about decolonization being a creative process, you know? Like decolonization and the collapse of all the system and colonial imperialist capitalist system will be a creative process. And that means that it can't be a process in which every part of it stays being the same structure, the same commodity structure, you know? So we will have to try to understand and think new ways of understanding, and not only new ways, but also new ways of like collaborating between different cultures and different ways of understanding the world, you know. So I want to remember the comunalidad. Comunalidad is communality. Is a concept that was created by the Ayuk people in Oaxaca. Specifically, it's a concept that existed like in the way of living for centuries, but it was like named for the first time by Jaime Luna, which is a thinker from the region, you know. And what communality means is to try to understand the way of being in the world, like in a sense of, for example, it's like connected. Sometimes people confuse it with democracy or with ecologism because it's connected with like how do we understand ourselves on our place, on our society, on our territory. But that means that it has to be like for the communality to take place, it needs to be like a communal way of understanding the world, and that means of communicating and of finding solutions in the world, you know, and of administrating our ways of, you know, of living in the place, you know. So communality, which is this concept that has been like appropriated also by all the territorial defense all around Mexico, is a concept that can't be established at the same time as we try to solve this crisis with, for example, commodity or capitalist ways of understanding the world, you know. So what I think is that the UN, the COP, will not solve the problem. The climate movement, you know, from the Europe and from the United States, will not solve the problem. Communality will solve the problem, and all these concepts all around the world that has been created by people that have been like oppressed over and over again for centuries. That will be like the tools for creating a process that both saves the world of the climate collapse, but also creates the colonial process that is always creative and always based on dignity and on love and on anger, but anger that tries to defend our communities and the people that we love, you know. So yeah, communality is what I will find as when I think about the future and what I think about what we need to do is communality. Yeah.
Nina, you want to add something?
Não, então acho que essa é uma grande questão. Quando foi traduzido, aí eu escutei sua pergunta, a primeira coisa que me veio na minha cabeça foi a minha filha, Maria Clara, ela tem 4 anos. E também meus sobrinhos. Desculpa. Mas eu acho que as gerações mais jovens que a gente, as que ainda vão nascer, eu acho que elas são uma motivação, assim. Eu lembro que uma vez a gente estava numa atividade de um projeto que eu coordeno, que é o Projeto Aldeias, que trabalha com crianças, adolescentes e juventudes. A gente perguntou para os meninos e as meninas qual era a cidade dos sonhos deles. E eram coisas muito básicas. A cidade dos sonhos deles era eles poderem banhar no rio, no Igarapé, é ter um campinho no seu bairro, e você comigo. Então, acho que é isso. É a gente fazendo comunidade, tendo o afeto como uma potência real. Porque essa luta, essa guerra, é uma guerra muito dura. Não é fácil falar disso tudo. Porque você mexe com muita estrutura, essa estrutura física do seu corpo, a estrutura da natureza e uma estrutura espiritual nossa. Mas a alegria, a música pode ser um instrumento para ser combustível para a gente, a arte, o hip hop, essa criatividade que ainda nos resta. Eu acho que essa é uma coisa que me dá esperança, assim. E principalmente de escutar as crianças. A gente às vezes esquece que a gente já foi criança um dia. E as respostas das crianças são respostas simples, assim. O que você, cidade dos sonhos? Ah, eu quero banhar no rio, quero ter acesso ao rio, quero ter acesso ao campinho. É isso, né? E é isso, acho que o afeto, nós, pensar no agora, pensar junto com eles, não sem eles, sem as crianças. E a nossa luta, ela vai além desse espaço, né? Voltar para nossas comunidades, se organizar, porque eu acredito que a saída para o problema que foi colocado a nós está nos nossos territórios. A gente tem as soluções. Milton Santos, o grande geógrafo negro brasileiro, já falava que a América Latina ela tem a solução para o problema que foi imposto para os países norte. É isso. Eu falei demais, né? Desculpa.
When I heard your question, the first thing that came to my mind was Maria Clara, my daughter. She is 4. And I thought about my nephews as well. When I think about the solution, I think about the youth, the ones that are still to be born. And my motivation is them. I was once in an activity in the project I coordinate, that's the project Aldeias, and I asked the kids one question. The question was about the city of their dreams. What would that be like? The answers were very basic. The city of my dreams would have a river so I could bathe in the river. It would have a soccer field so I could play. And it would be people together. So I believe the way out is with community and care. Fighting is really difficult. This fight is hard. It takes a toll on our physical structure, natural structure, and our spiritual structure as well. So we can be happy through music, art, hip hop, and I believe that creativity, those are the way out. This gives me hope. So we need to listen to the kids, not without them, because the answers are simple. We want access to the river, access to play. So we need to think with them and not without them. Our fight goes way beyond this location. It goes back to our communities. It goes back to the way we live at home. We have the way out. The way out is local. As Milton Santos, the famous Brazilian black geographist, said, Latin America already has the solutions to our problems. Thank you.
Yes. So for close this, well, I need for close and answer the question. This is my third cup. In my first cup was horrible. I was crying all day, every day. My second cup was also the same. But I realized because I wasn't in a team that understand my context, my history. But this year, I had the opportunity to get this scholarship from this group, Latin America Youth Drama Scholarship. It's not because they are here. No, it's not for that. But let me tell you something. I found people. I found a community that is with you. And every one of these people is fighting in their territories, like me. And I found the solution there. You know, in these fights, in people that is already fighting in their own community. So, like Daniela, like Name, I think the same. The solution is inter-communities itself. So thank you so much for listening to us, and I hope give you a little more hope to this fight. Bye.
businesswoman. She has worked as an editor, journalist, and broadcaster for almost 3 decades. She has written and edited many travel guidebooks, such as The Green Edit, Travel Easy Tips for the Eco-Friendly Traveler, and she has been compelled to amplify sustainability stories from boutique eco-hotels, and her main purpose has been to lead nonprofit consultancies, and she has produced the climate podcast series Funny Old World and the documentary Changing Worlds in the Atlas Mountains. Let's please give Juliet a huge warm welcome and a big round of applause.
Great. Thank you so much. Amazing. Wow. So I'm here to talk about travel and how travel can unlock climate solutions. People often don't think about that. They don't think, but we all love to travel. Everybody here, I'm going to guess, loves to travel. I have indeed been a storyteller for, I was going to say 25 years, but my cover's blown. So indeed, as a broadcaster, as a journalist, and I really believe in the power of storytelling. I mean, we hear that a lot, but I really believe in the power of storytelling to make sense of the world and connect with people's emotions so they actually care about stuff. They can relate to it. Now, tourism and hospitality, that's the sector I've worked in for more than 20 years. It's really neglected when it comes to conferences and climate conferences in particular. It's not featuring in any thematics. It doesn't get a dedicated day at COP. Food systems, health, they've all had way more airtime this year in COP28, which is great. But travel, no. And yet, think about it. 8 billion people in the world, 195 countries, all connected, interconnected. Everything is interconnected. I'm now going to ask you to think about a person I really respect. Now, you might not think I was going to say her because she's a NASA astronaut, Nicole Stott. I would actually urge you all to look her up. She's an amazing person. Has she been with an extreme speaker in the past? Great, of course. So Nicole, she sure will have burnt a hell of a lot of kerosene to get up there into space, but that's about trade-offs. And she spent 100 days up in space, and she says, looking back at Earth, when you see Earth, one planet, you realize it's just one ecosystem. We're one humanity. We're really one interconnected geography. And it puts things in perspective. Now, it's funny, I don't know if you've heard this expression, but we often say, if people from outer space were going to come down to the planet Earth and they saw all this devastation, this destruction, this extraction, this consumption, this waste, and this disrespect for nature, they'd say, I demand to see your manager, much like my friend said in a hotel the other day. But the difference is, you can't sit down with the manager of planet Earth in a lobby. This is the closest thing we've got. COP is the closest thing we've got to sitting down. Now, it's funny because, well, I speak to a lot of GMs, general managers, in my job. So I was founding editor of a company called Mr. and Mrs. Smith 20 years ago. I have a consultancy Boutico, and I work with hotels such as, well, Mandarin Oriental Hotel Group. I did their impact report. I spent a lot of time with GMs. And they always say to me, there are 3 things you cannot talk about. Can you guess what they are? 3 things that just sort of no-goes areas. Right now, we're really thinking about these things. 1, religion. Number 2, politics. And number 3, climate change, they tell me. Climate change, they call it as well. Hello, United Nations, can we change the title of this conference to Climate Crisis, Climate Catastrophe, Climate Emergency Conference? It's not just climate change. It's a banned topic, and I think we all can agree. We probably all need to talk a lot more about politics and religion and the climate emergency. A much quoted stat is always that 1 in 10 people is employed in tourism. That's from the WTTC from 2019. Now, that stat obviously dipped massively because, well, COVID happened, but it's crawling back up. And they're predicting potentially in the next few years, 1 in 5 people could work in tourism, and it doesn't have a seat at the table here at COP. Crazy to me. So, tourism matters. Tourism doing good things, it actually matters. When I tell people I work in sustainable travel, eco-travel, I have a book called Eco Experiences, a book you heard, Green Edit. I care about regenerative travel. I care about slow travel. They just look at me, right, that's no flying, right? That's what that's about. I'm like, no, it's about choosing travel. We've all traveled. It's about choosing travel that does more good than harm, that is actually helpful. How many people flew here to Dubai to be here? Right. How many people really thought about the carbon footprint? I'm going to be honest, I felt racked with guilt Thursday when I got here, riddled with it. And I kept thinking, well, I'm freelance, I'm self-funded, I also paid to be here, so, I mean, my flight and to stay here. So we think about return on investment, we think about ROI. I want us to think about ROE, return on emissions. I'm really glad everyone's thinking about carbon accountancy. All the numbers are getting clocked up, added up. At the beginning, well, for years I've been saying, if only we could have a Fitbit for sustainability, for climate. And if you believe in manifestation, we actually did create a sustainability management platform called Weeva, W-E-E-V-A. I'm not promoting it because I want to give you the hard sell. I want you to check out Weeva because they amplify messages that matter, and that's what I hope I do as a journalist. That's all I do. I really, my North Star is to share stories that I hope inspire impact. Now, the climate changing is a big deal. It's going to affect how we all travel as well, from a personal point of view. Picture F. Scott Fitzgerald, the author of The Great Gatsby, and his wife Zelda sat in Antibes 100 years ago, 1920s. I don't know what he drank. Does anyone know what he drank? Maybe a martini, maybe a Negroni, I don't know. He's sitting there, and it's actually winter. It was winter when people holidayed in the south of France. Fast forward 100 years, from the roaring 20s to the roasting 20s. I was there in the south of France this summer. It was too hot. Nobody in their right mind is going to spend a holiday in the south of France summer anymore. It's going to go back to being a winter destination. The world is changing. I spoke to a wonderful guy from Greenland called, I'm going to butcher his name, but Hjorte. And he told me it's already 3 degrees hotter in Greenland, and it is devastating. It's affecting precipitation, it's affecting soil, it's affecting the landscape profoundly. It's not about the 1.5 degrees Paris Agreement. It's already 3 degrees hotter in the Arctic Circle. He says to me, we won't be holidaying in the south of France. You must be kidding. We all know, right? This year, hottest year ever. Guess what? Next year, hottest year ever. You see where it's going. Well, he says we're going to be taking beach holidays in the Baltics. I was in London last week. It was really freaking cold. And someone said to me, oh, it's Baltic. We're going to be taking beach holidays in the Baltics. Now, storyteller, I meant to tell you stories. I meant to tell you stories about me and my life and things. Well, I'm going to take you back to 2018. I was on a hike with some young women, students from a charity called Education for All in the Atlas Mountains. And it's important for you to know that the charity creates boarding houses there. And I was on this hike, and these girls, I was talking to the British ambassador, and I said, the story behind this charity is incredible. Tourism created this charity. So Mike McHugo, I rang him this morning to check my stats before I give them to you. He created something called Casbah de Toubkal in the Atlas Mountains. He could see right at the top, it's the highest point, one of the highest points in North Africa. He could see that a lot of the young girls weren't going to school. And the problem was geography. The barrier was a river, was up and down the mountains. The primary schools were just about reachable in 2 hours. Secondary school, forget about it. Families invest in the boys going to school. It's cultural. I'm sure you know the old adage that says, you teach a boy, you teach a man. You teach a girl, you teach a family, you teach a village. Right, I'm going to link it to climate as well. It's significant. I said to the British ambassador, this is incredible. Someone should make a documentary about this. He said, Judith, why don't you? So I crowdfunded. I made a documentary with my friend Kuba. Never again. It's really hard. Anyone who's not a content creator, it's much harder than it looks. We did crowdfund. We did make the film. And, well, I became very close to those girls. Very, very invested in their story there in the Atlas Mountains. And I'm just going to tell you that, you know what happens, right? September, the day before, guess where I'm meant to fly to? Morocco. 11:30 at night, I'm texting with my podcast partner. He's already there, Marrakesh. The earth moved. Sorry, terrible pun, not in a good way. And the earthquake happened. So the earthquake happened in September. Education for all, many girls, so then I get emotional because I think about all the girls. But it was the absolute epicenter was right in the Atlas Mountains where the girls' boarding houses are. I didn't explain the boarding houses. So the boarding houses, the reason that's significant is because the schools exist in Morocco. It's getting to them. So the girls need somewhere to stay in the week so that they can actually go to school. And that doesn't just involve renting some accommodation. It involves finding house mothers, women who care. And this reminds us again that tourism pays for people. So they look after the girls so that the parents and families can trust them, they can get their education. Now, as I say, September, earthquake happens. And it really brought home to me the significance of education. Now, we made our documentary, we showed it to everyone. That was back in 2019. Everyone was like, oh, it's so beautiful, I love it. But that weird bit at the end that connects it to the climate, yeah, get rid of that. I can't tell you how many people said that. So, in our film, we said, educating young women. It is a UN climate solution, by the way. It means they get married later, they have fewer children, they have healthier children, they contribute to the economy. They're better equipped to deal with extreme weather. They're better equipped. Look, I'm no seismologist, and I can't tell you if there's a direct link between earthquakes and climate, but I can tell you a globe heating up affects geology, and it makes extreme weather and it makes natural disasters worse. So those young girls, the ones who'd been educated, they were able to mobilize emergency aid. I've got hairs on end because I know it happened and I saw it happen because they've been educated. We have to make these connections. It's a universal story. Educating young women in remote rural areas is a climate solution if you choose the right businesses to support, funded often by tourism. Intrepid is a big partner of Education for All. Look them up, Education for All. So I'm going to go back now to 2017, me as a journalist, me choosing to be a journalist. It's really badly paid. I like to let the world know that because it's big significance to people. And I was pitching stories to, I'm going to say who, the Times newspaper, and the travel editor said, yeah, Julia, I'm not interested in that sustainability stuff, not me nor our readers. I kept going, always keep going. I would tell her, but there's this great hotel in Brazil called Ushuaia, where they created a capoeira academy, and that social impact really has a profound effect on the youth. Fogo Island Inn in Canada, it's the easternmost point, this island nation absolutely devastated by the decimation of the inshore fishing. Not interested. Bhutan. We're losing 1 in 7 young people in Bhutan right now who are going to Australia in search of money if we don't funnel money in there through luxury tourism. So, 2020 showed us what happens when we lose tourism around the world. Everyone grinds to a halt. We've got many rural communities absolutely starved of revenue. And why do I care about all these communities? Because I have been there. I have met them. I have met people who are different to me. I can relate to them. And that is the power of travel. I'm going to go back to Africa just for a moment and think, Africa, a quarter of the world's countries, 55. My one thing I did during the pandemic, even though I spent my first 2 years in Africa, actually, in living in Algeria, and I don't remember it, was to get to know Africa better. I owe it to Africa. I'm like, I don't know the capitals. I don't know all of this. So I spent a little time thinking about it, because Africa really is the hardest effect. I'm sure that I'm mum-splaining to everybody. You all know this, but I'm just, reflecting on it. Africa is heating up faster than any other continent. We know that. That's why Europe is colder, because it's pushing the hot jet streams up to the Arctic Circle. Basic geography, you may have gazed out of the window in that lesson, but that's the connection. Trump certainly did. We have to think about this. We have to think about all those countries that absolutely rely on our money. And going back to the aviation, I'm not going to say it's only 2.5% of emissions. I can't be casual about that. It's the biggest contributor to our personal carbon footprints. Just keep thinking of that return on emissions. By the way, it's much better to fly economy and not to change flights, fly directly. It's the taking off and landing part. And look, you'll hear loads about sustainable aviation fuel, SAFs. You'll hear lots about hydrogen. It's not coming anytime soon. We like to pretend it is to make ourselves feel better, but it's really not. It's not scalable. There's something called eVTOL, which is electric vertical takeoff and landing. It's a solution. It's on its way, but it's on the horizon. We've still got Indonesia, Mexico, China, India. Those middle classes are swelling. They deserve to travel. They want to see the world. Who are we to tell them they can't? Okay, but just think about when you fly. Don't be casual. Think about those return on emissions. Travel has immense power to support people and immense power to support nature. So in Africa, luxury safaris. Oh my goodness, if you could see what some of the right safaris do in terms of, well, again, it's that connection between people and nature. They help people who in the past may have been poachers or may have used nature just to survive, chopped down trees, made charcoal. Businesses such as Ambient, who I was here on a panel with thanks to Extreme the other day, they've got lots of initiatives where they're making people rangers, paying them, giving them jobs. That is funded by tourism. We have to remember that. Now, I'm a journalist. I'm on deadline. That's 15 minutes, bang on. Okay, I've got one last reflection, really on language for you. Is really use words with intention. I see sustainability everywhere as a word in Dubai, everywhere. We can't just use this word. What does sustainability even mean? Sustaining things as they are, not good enough. Need to do better, need to do a lot more faster. We need regeneration. We need to be really alert to greenwashing. I'm laughing, well, because I went, I got wet earlier in a big activation in the Saudi Green Initiative with lots of green plastic plants. Plastic plants. Sorry, my mother was northern. I got it the wrong way around. You can draw your own conclusions. But greenwashing is everywhere. We really have to be alert. We really have to think about every time we plan a trip, we decide what to do. Who am I giving my money to? How is it helpful? How am I investing in a community, in a business, in a destination that is actively a solution and helping the world? Big yawn over there. You're right. I'm over time. I'm running. No, it's perfect. How is it actively a solution to a local or a global problem? And we really have to think about our ROE, our return on emissions. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sure. Thanks. Awkward.